Yo, Psycho, it's good to see you, my friend. It's good to see you. Welcome to my final Fate episode stream for GRANBLUE. Not the end of my time with GRANBLUE, but the final stream where I tackle the last 6 remaining Fate episodes. I have been so busy. One of the things I've taken care of is that for the last couple of characters, I maxed out their offense so that when they get into battles, it's a lot easier for them to get through it. So I maxed out Siegfried. Cagliostro was already maxed out. I made sure I maxed her out first because outside of Gondagoza and Narmaya, Cagliostro was one I was looking forward to playing also. So she's long been maxed out. But I maxed out Yodara's offense, Zeta, Basaraga, and then lastly Id, who will be the last character we take care of in this session. And also, I've been so busy using a goblin boss mission to farm not only a ton of materials that can get me some vouchers, but I also got my hands on plenty of curios in the process. And it's worked out quite nicely. I'm enjoying it. I'm going to get back to Silver Centrum farming because I am working on leveling Gondagoza's Terminus weapon, which is what you see on his arms here. What you saw were like the golden fists I had before, but this is his Terminus weapon called the Sky Piercer. And I've been slowly leveling it up. It requires a lot of high-level boss materials, so I've just been doing those bosses. I've also been doing Proto-Bahamut missions as well in between these sessions, and basically a ton, just so I can get everyone else's Terminus weapons. The Terminus weapons I have thus far, if I were to go to gear, I have Gondagoza's, I have Charlotta's, I have Eo's, and I have Yodara's. But everyone else, I'm still working on trying to get my hands on. And I really want to get my hands on Narmaya's, simply because I want to start working on her as well as Charlotta and turn them into major powerhouses with tons and tons of damage because they're very good for DPS. I want to say Charlotta is even more capable for DPS simply because her and Lancelot have square attacks where you can just keep pressing them over and over and they're just constantly hitting. So I put I got another war elemental. We'll see how things go. We'll see how things go, and maybe I'll open up all the curios, all 66 curios I have, to see if I can get my hands on some more supplementary damage and some war elemental stuff as well. But for now, we need to focus on the Fate episodes, and hopefully, possibly outside of Siegfried, the rest of them do not take as long, because I have to say, Percival, Lancelot, Vayne, and Percival, their episodes, I felt were incredibly long, simply because they had so much dialogue in between the battle scenes. So hopefully Siegfried isn't the same way. But, either way, we're going through these episodes.
I can no longer recall when I first met the captain. All I can say is our paths crossed in dark times, when nights were sleepless, and the wind whispered with insidious intent. Fiendrock, my homeland, was crumbling from within, consumed by the weakness of her own people. I ventured abroad to seek help from our neighbors, but this rendered me blind to schemes hatched in the heart of our court. When I returned, the adders sprung, and I found myself falsely convicted of regicide. Disgraced, I fled the kingdom and wandered for a while in the pathless wild. Perhaps I would still be there, slowly fading into the shadow, had the crew of the Grand Cipher not come for me. The captain never once doubted my innocence, led me back to Fiendrock, and cleared my name. My honor was restored. Thus concluded the greater part of my tale, but the Grand Cipher's myth was just beginning. I joined the crew to see this story unfurl. Our journey, like all great journeys, has passed through both sorrow and joy. We have traversed the wilds, crossed kingdoms forgotten, and met all sorts of folk. I've always found the meeting of people to be miraculous. Throughout the course of history and on into the future, there have been and will be at least as many people as stars in the sky. For any two souls to come together is as wondrous as looking up into the night and seeing your image set against the velvet and winking lights. I do not know if it was fate that brought me and the captain together, but I do know I will never meet such a person again. I intend to sail with the crew to whatever end, even to the bottom of the skies.
I'm gonna be honest, I was under the impression that he was still being hunted because he was accused of regicide. But now that I know that he's been pretty much cleared because of, the captain, I feel a lot better about him. For his tale, because I thought he was just like a super tragic hero. But knowing that all that mess got cleared up, now he's a lot more free than consciously, than I originally thought he was. Interesting.
In my youth, I was vain and headstrong. I shunned the company of others, hurting all who came near me. If I had continued on that path, it's likely I would have died alone, with no one to mourn my loss. But that was not to be. I was discovered by Yosef, the former king of Fiendrock. Found, quite literally, by the side of the road. Though at that time, I slew monsters solely out of malice. His Majesty looked at my blade and saw what took life could also save it. He knighted me, and under his guidance, I learned about honor and friendship. I found meaning in existence. But in our world, love is inextricable from grief. New friends and brothers were lost. People that I trusted turned upon me. Loyalty had imbued me with pride. But now, it taught me desperation. Once, this desperation drove me to drink the blood of a dragon. This isn't to say that I regret becoming a knight. Lancelot, Vayne, Percival, the friendship of those three alone is worth any price. I learned the greatest lesson of all from them, that no matter how much is lost, we may always find hope in younger generations. They are what we must fight to defend. They are our purpose. And to think all this was set into motion by a single meeting on the side of the road. As I grow older, it becomes clearer how much I owe to King Yosef. But I shall never be able to thank him in person again. That is why I swore to repay him in the only way I know how, by dedicating what is left of my life to the future of his country.
It's nice when I get these stat increases, seeing the stat bonuses, all the way in the thousands already. Well, my base stats in the thousands already because of the amount of time I put into this. You guys have no idea just how much farming I've been doing. Better yet, hold on. Let me do this. Hold on, screen. Give me a sec. I forgot that when I take my LAN cable out of the back, I gotta set my other thing up for this that I did not do. Okay, so what I want to show you is how many hours I've put into this game thus far. Look at that. 107. I'm slowly but surely approaching I'm getting closer to 200 hours in this game. It's crazy. I put more hours into GRANBLUE in the time I've had it than I have in all of Lies of P. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of time. Elden Ring, unsurprisingly, has a ton of hours, 559. Cyberpunk, 759. But of the games I've been playing recently, man, I've played GRANBLUE more than Lies of P. Lies of P has 166, but GRANBLUE is already at 172. That's crazy. And it's been a minute since I last played Suicide Squad. Not saying that the game has fallen off of my radar, because it definitely hasn't. It's just that GRANBLUE has such a strong hold that it's difficult to stop playing.
I know King Yosef would not want me to grieve overly much for him, but he turned me from a vagabond into the captain of the Black Dragon Knights. Under his rule, the base were ennobled, tall towers were raised, and withered fields burst forth into color. He might have done much more, had traitorous hands not cut his life short. The royal consul Isabella, covetous of his power, killed the king and smeared the guilt of it on me. Unable to prove my innocence, I was forced to flee the capital. For weeks, I was hunted by soldiers I had trained by my own hand. Lancelot foremost among them. My name was now reviled, scrubbed like a stain from the halls of honor. But this caused me little pain, for I never hungered after fame or titles. I served the crown because I loved my country, the same reason for which King Yosef wore it. Even as his body was broken and he lay on the threshold of death, he called only for the mending of Fiendrock. I would not let our home waste away under the shadow of Isabella's ambition. I returned to the Marches, where I dwelled in secret, gathering information. I worked alone, and even Lancelot was kept from my counsels. I did not tell him of my innocence, nor why I sought to cut out the now festering heart of our court. My silence was not due to a lack of trust. It would have been impossible for me to reach Lancelot unseen. Any attempt at communication would likely have ended with my arrest. But even had there been a clear path to Lancelot, I would have kept to myself. Lancelot was, and is, still young, and young minds are easily molded. If I was to leave the protection of the kingdom to him, I needed to be sure that he was more than just clay, that he had an uncorruptible, ironclad core. I needed to be sure he was not the type to blindly follow orders or emotions. He wavered, as we all do, but fortunately, he was not alone. He had the support of his childhood friend, Vayne, and of the Grand Cypher's captain. They were his light and anchor, and with their help, Lancelot navigated the swirling tides of intrigue and arrived at the shores of truth. We were thus reunited, and together delivered Fiendrock from Isabella's clutches.
I love the wording here. Lancelot navigated the swirling tides of intrigue and arrived at the shores of truth, which were connected to the beaches of hope, which led to the road of prosperity. We were thus reunited, and together delivered Fiendrock from Isabella's clutches.
I had fulfilled King Yosef's last wish, and Lancelot had come into his own. It was time for me to step down and place the country in the hands of the young. And so it was that I put the rolling hills and bright walls of my home behind me and embarked on a journey of discovery across the skies.
it's still crazy to me how all this stuff, when I hear about rolling hills and all these different locations, it's still crazy to me how all of this takes place on these gigantic, Titanic-sized islands that can hold entire countries just floating in the sky. It just baffles me. Like, I want to know even more about this universe. Actually, hold on. I want to see if Lyria's got anything about that in her journal. Because we got like a whole glossary where we can look this stuff up. Field notes. No, not characters. I want to say... yeah. Let's see. This world of floating islands stretches over many skydoms, each of which are separated by a turbulent zone known as the Grim Basin. The Sky Realm was ruled long ago by powerful beings called Astrals, until the Sky Dwellers overthrew and exiled them in an insurrection now known as the War. Now, I got a question. Ooh, thank you. I was about to say, what's the Grim Basin? It's right there. Let's see. This turbulent zone is filled with pestilent vapors, powerful monsters, and ships shattering gales. It forms the boundary between skydoms. So that blanket of clouds underneath all the islands, all the floating islands, is that the Grim Basin? That's what I'm wondering. I'll look into this. I'll look into the Grim Basin. Because I'm kind of curious to see if my hypothesis is correct. If the Grim Basin is that blanket of clouds that leads downwards, then I guess I know what lies down there. But if not, then that just requires further investigation. But back to Siegfried. Sorry to hold you up.
Zega Grande. Another new skydom where the clouds hid unfamiliar tales. My travels aboard the Grand Cipher have taken me to many far-flung places, where I have found that there is yet enchantment in this world. I've sought after magical seashells with the power to heal kingdoms. I've crossed blades with legendary warriors, and I've heard strains of alien music, which, though strange to my ears, still spoke to my heart. But no matter how far I roam, my thoughts are constantly with the country King Yosef left in my keeping. When we alight in a foreign land, I find myself drawn not to gardens or taverns, but to places of law and order. I am ever seeking new allies for Fiendrock and rooting out her enemies. It must seem like I have a mind of cold iron and steel, driven by thoughts of politics and war. And I have no excuse except to say, once a knight, always a knight. Zega Grande had almost fallen under the sway of Avia. Now, as its people rebuilt, I desired to learn whether their fortresses were stronger, and whether any dark shadows still haunted their streets.
All right, it's fight time. Time to put something useful on Siegfried. Or at least, useful enough. I've also been trying to get my hands on some more awakenings. I've always had Lancelot and Vasaragas, but I recently got my hands on Eos. Well, actually, Eos and Lancelot, and the one I got today was the Captain's. But oddly enough, even though it has both of his skills on there, it's not titled like the rest. Instead, his is called Fearless Soul instead of Fearless Awakening. So maybe it's just unique to the captain that their awakening sigil is different from everyone else's. Like, you know, this is Rackham, this is EO, this is Eugen. Still working on getting Vasaraga. I mean, not Vasaraga, but Gondagozas, because the game won't let me get it. And I'm working on getting everyone else's. As soon as I get everyone's 2-sigiled awakening sigil, I'm gonna, you know, trade their 1-sigil ones in for some vouchers so I can continuously stack for the Transmarble feature. Need to go ahead and put some good stuff on him. I should have plenty of damage caps. I should have plenty of those. Actually, there's something I want to test. So, Glass Cannon is a sigil where it boosts my attack power and damage cap, but every hit taken inflicts me with Dizzy. Now, this is a thought I had this morning, and I've just been brainstorming about it. I have Dizzy resistant stuff. Yeah, I got Dizzy resistant sigils. So I wonder if I stack Dizzy resistance up until I reach Dizzy immunity, does the Dizzy effect from Glass Cannon still trigger? Because if it doesn't, then that's a way you can circumnavigate the downside of Glass Cannon and just reap the benefits. Unfortunately, you will pretty much have slots taken up by multiple Dizzy slots that could be dedicated to damage, which would explain why people really don't run this particular sigil unless they're very good at dodging and not getting hit. But my Dizzy is now, I'm now full on resistant to Dizzy, so I'm going to see if this actually works. If it doesn't work, then that just busts the myth that I had proposed. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. Actually, you know what? There's some other things I want to try. Yeah, there's some other things I want to try. Let's see. Improve dodge. I don't need to go overboard because the foes I'll be fighting are not that impressive. Okay, so improve dodge. This will be my sigil testing phase, if you don't mind. I just want to see what does what. Improve guard, improve dodge. Boost attack power, the less skills are assigned. There was one. Actually, you know what? I want to test out Roll of the Die. Grants a chance for normal attacks to deal 1 times to 4 times damage. The 4 times multiplier ignores damage cap for a maximum of 999,999 damage. Otherwise, attacks only deal 1 damage. I want to try that out. I want to see how that works before I start formulating that into builds. Where was another one? There was another one for dodging that I wanted to test out too. Extends invincibility after a perfect dodge. There was another one where all dodges are perfect dodges. I know I got it because I didn't sell it. I wonder if there's a sigil that increases the window for perfect dodges and perfect guards. I wonder if there's a sigil for that. Where is that skill? I know it's in here somewhere. I didn't get rid of it. I know this skill is in here somewhere. I literally... Ah, there it is. There it is. Fight or flight. Attack power is lowered, but dodges are always perfect dodges. Now, this is going to lower my power. So I'll wait until I get an additional slot for it. Okay. All right, I'm done. I'm sorry. It's just that I want to test this out and see how it goes.
What you doing, Siegfried?
Vern appeared at my shoulder one day as I was walking through Seed Hollow. I'm gathering intelligence. The dragon wrinkled his snout.
Man, you're a workaholic.
He wasn't incorrect. I did want to lay aside responsibility and stroll unburdened in the sun, but I couldn't rest easily when duty called.
Hey, what have I helped? 2 weeks are better than none.
Vern was indeed light and fast, but I found it easier to scout alone.
Ugh, come on. I know how to handle myself.
You certainly do. If anything, I felt that the captain, Lyria, and Vern were strong beyond their years. That they had been forced to grow up too fast. All right, Vern, be my guest.
Finally, something to do. Agent Vern is on the job.
Vern twirled deftly in the air.
So, what exactly is the job? What kind of intelligence you looking for?
It's a little abstract. I would like to learn about the values of this country. Why it was founded, for example, or what would cause its people to go to war. For nations with similar values are often quick allies, but nations with conflicting values find themselves enemies.
Yeah, I'm totally following.
Take Fiendrock, for example. Our king and people stand for fellowship and peace. If we were to find out that the leaders of Seed Hollow, on the other hand, favored conquest and power, then we might expect trouble.
What, kind of trouble are we talking here?
Don't worry. I gave Vern what I hoped was a reassuring smile. I am not here to conduct a coup. I only seek information to bring back to Fiendrock, which may help in matters of diplomacy.
Diplomacy? Well, that's way above my pay grade. Aw, dude, I think something just happened over by the gate. I see a bunch of soldiers running that way.
With 2 flaps of his wings, Vern lifted himself higher into the air and hovered, squinting against the glare of the sun. Seed Hollow's military force. This may be worth looking into. Come.
Right behind you.
A group of onlookers had gathered by the gate, speaking in loud, excited voices.
A monster hunt, huh?
Let us follow them. We may learn something useful. Nothing is so revealing of a person's nature as their deeds in battle. We passed out of the stone city and trudged for a while among grass and dirt paths. Or rather, I did, while Vern rode the winds beside me. Suddenly, he let himself rise on an updraft.
Spotted them! They're going at it!
As he spoke, I became aware of distant cries and the clash of arms. Let's see here. I crept beneath the shadow of dappling leaves and up a small knoll for a better look.
I don't think they can win this thing!
The warriors of Seed Hollow were many, and their faces grim with determination. And yet...
Ah! Captain, we can't hold out much longer! Stand your ground. If these monsters get past us, it's the lives of your friends and family.
They were scattered, weak, and on the brink of disaster. Vern, I'm going to their aid. With that, I grasped the hilt of my sword and burst from the cover of the trees.
We gotta hold on!
They're moments away from annihilation. God, come and face me!
The hell are you? Get out of here! This is no place for civilians!
With all due respect, you are not in a position to reject my aid. Focus on keeping yourself safe.
All right, fine.
Okay, so I can still get inflicted with Dizzy because I got glass cannon on. Dizzy immunity only applies to Dizzy applied to you normally. Well, there goes my theory that you could have that. So now, Dizzy resistance ain't gonna cut it. And as you can see, roll of the die is being taken into account here.
This is power! He's dancing circles around the half-beasts. Yeah, I can see that. Stop gawking and tend to the wounded. We're gonna make it.
Heads up! Got monsters coming in from above!
Bear with it.
The next wave is coming. Quickly, get to safety.
Bad news. Goblin soldier marching this way.
There's no way he can handle that alone. Who's still got juice in them? Back into the fray!
No, stay put. I'll not be able to win with you as a burden.
That was like 7 full dodges I could do. Normally you can only do 3 before you go into that longer animation. But if only there was a sigil that increased the window of perfect dodges and perfect blocks.
I can't believe my eyes. Is that guy really human?
We could have handled them alone. You know we could have. Think of how hard we've trained.
But now I know not to put glass cannon on him.
The cry of the last monster faded to nothingness, and I sheathed my sword.
Oh, man. They're lucky we got here in the nick of time.
Danger averted, Vern drifted to my side.
Well met, Skyfarers.
The soldiers from Seed Hollow gathered themselves and limped to form ranks. At their head, a man I believed was their captain stood, frowning at us.
You guys must be dying to thank us. I take payment in apples, by the way.
Vern wasn't quite reading the mood.
So you know your way around a sword. Great. We appreciate the help and all, but could you not interfere with official military business?
What?
We're professional soldiers. We can handle monsters without you swinging in to save the day.
Number one, that's a lie. Number two, what's with the attitude?
That's enough, Vern. The dragon looked ready to spout fire. Hoping to calm him, I caught him and held him in my arms. I'm sorry. We mean no disrespect. With a bow, I turned and left that shadowy glade. I did not relax my grip on Vern because I felt certain that if I let go, he would flip back and spit venom in the soldiers' faces.
You see, the thing about me is, you ain't gonna be rude after I just saved your life. If you're professionals, why didn't you fight? Why didn't you fight any of the goblins? You were huddled over next to that waterfall. Y'all had swords, which means that y'all were prepared to fight, but why didn't you step in, huh? You're professionals, right? Right? That's what you said, you're professionals. But you're professionals at hiding? Is that it? You're professionals at cowering? Is that it? Or am I mistaken? You know what? I'm gonna put that in there. So, since we know that glass cannon's dizzying effect when you get hit cannot be offset by stacking multiple dizzy resistances, I can now put other things on Siegfried. So this will lower my overall strength. And roll of the die, while it's fun to see my numbers jump back and forth between like, oh, that was a successful hit, or that only did one, I don't think I need that in there. But still, there are things I still want to test out. So you know what? My damage will be reduced, but I want to test out Fight or Flight. See how good it is. So the only thing that happens is that my attack is cut by half. So it's not too bad, especially when it's just dealing with these Fate episodes. Let's see. Oh, this might stack nicely. If Fight or Flight enables my dodges to be perfect, then Nimble Defense will make it so that it extends my invincibility after a perfect dodge. Temporarily boosts defense and restores a small bit of health when it triggers as well. That's one spicy dragon? Yeah. Fast learner. I got a bunch of these. Let's see. I could put that in there. How much can this stack? I can keep going to about 30. Let's keep stacking some more. Just because. I know it's a bit of a waste and just putting pure defense-related stuff on there, but this is the testing phase that I wanna. This is the testing phase. I got so many damage cap 5s. So many of them. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Alright, we'll continue on.
Yes, can I help you?
What was wrong with them? They would have been toast without you.
Vern flew beside me, seething. We are strangers to this land. Those soldiers have a reputation to uphold.
Yeah, but doesn't it get you riled up when people are so rude?
I laughed. If rudeness were the worst foe we ever faced, we'd be lucky warriors indeed. In truth, I empathize with them. It is the duty of a soldier to fight. Incompetence on the battlefield is a matter of great shame. My unwanted assistance was salt in the wound.
I guess I could see that, but still.
Listen, no one was badly hurt. That is all that matters. I had trained many knights in my day. They had gone through their growing pains, and tasting defeat and humiliation. Yes, failure is bitter, but it is nourishment. And thus the knights learned and grew, each and every one of them, into powerful warriors. When it came to the finer points of warfare, the forces of Seed Hollow were clumsy at best. But their sense of duty was unparalleled. Upon hearing rumors of danger, they had acted swiftly, marching without fear to the monster's den. And though they had been forced to the very cusp of annihilation, not a soldier had wavered or fled. Now, they too had drunk deeply of the medicine of defeat. I believe it would course through them like fire and bring them newfound strength. The forces of Seed Hollow were capable of much, much more.
I know he's speaking on how those soldiers sprang forth and how ready they were to fight, but they were still dead to rights. They could have gone out fighting. I'm just saying. But it turns out I found the information I seek concerning what lies below the clouds in GRANBLUE. It's called the Earthly Realm, and I went to the GRANBLUE RELINK, the GRANBLUE Fantasy Wiki in order to find this information. I just basically looked up the world and just kept scrolling down until I found that information. So, this is what it says. It's called the Earthly Realm, the land of the dead. Those who have been to the realm and subsequently returned exist only in myth. Ever since ancient times, falling to earth has meant death. Even today, there are some funeral rites that include casting the coffin of the deceased to earth. Records exist of curious orders who have set their sights on earth, but each and every one has vanished, so no one can be sure whether or not they were able to reach the earthly realm unscathed. So, there is a bottom. It's just that whoever goes there never returns. Any attempt to go down there has made it so that no one ever came back. So no one knows what's truly down there, because no one who goes down there ever returns. That's even more interesting than the skies being bottomless. Because if there's an earth down there, if there is land beneath the clouds, what lies down there? Oh, so many mysteries about this universe.
I entered the warm wooden interior of my cabin on the Grand Cipher, carrying an armful of books. I laid them on the desk, drew out a chair, and took a short trip through Seed Hollow's history. Unbroken peace. For 500 years after the ending of the war, violence had not troubled the skies of Zeka Grande. There were your usual skirmishes, of course, power-hungry rebels, etc., but nothing so big it had not been quickly sorted out and buried in the sands of time. However, 15 years ago, tragedy on Dolly Island acted as a catalyst to the rise of Avia. Hitherto peaceful primals went on rampage, and hordes of monsters were drawn to the carnage. So that's why. I thought back to the disordered ranks of the forces of Seed Hollow. Peace had dulled their senses. They had forgotten how to handle swords and spears, forgotten how to manage monsters, each one vastly different in shape and movement. They need guidance. The people of Seed Hollow seem to be gardeners, fond of orchards and good rich earth. They had no love of war, nor possessed the means for a great campaign. Unless a revolution were to completely reshape this country, I did not believe it would ever pose a threat to Fiendrock. Its forces existed not to invade, but solely to defend. But now, they had not even the power to do that. Seed Hollow soldiers were steadfast and honorable. I had seen that, but they no longer knew how to protect their land. I had come to admire the delicate flowers and many bowed trees that flourished in this clime, and did not wish to see them trampled under a monster's claw or an invader's boot. I could offer Seed Hollow's forces counsel, but I would have to tread carefully. After all, I was a foreigner, and a former captain of knights. One misstep, and I could forever sour the relations between Seed Hollow and Fiendrock. I will have to be discreet. I threw on my traveling cloak and arranged my pouch. Hearing no footfalls outside my room, I slipped through the door and padded softly down the corridor.
Oh, hey, Siegfried. You heading out?
Vern spotted me on the deck of the Grand Cipher. So much for stealing off unnoticed. I'm going for a walk.
On your tiptoes? No way, man. I bet you're going on another one of your secret missions.
Though small, Vern had inherited the legendary wisdom of the dragons. Guilty as charged. But the fewer people who know about it, the better. Can you keep this from the others?
Come on, Siegfried. We all know you won't yak for truth and honor and justice and all that. If you're gonna disappear, you should at least tell your captain. My butt'll understand.
I could find no objection. It seemed that all the adventures Vern had been on, all the grand and wondrous things he'd seen, had sharpened his insight. Yes, of course. You're right. I followed Vern to the captain's cabin. I have come to ask for permission to leave on a private mission. But I must warn you, if things go wrong, it could spell trouble for the crew. My throat was tight, light nerves, I supposed, and a touch of guilt. The captain did no more than smile and wish me a safe journey.
Notice that it says, but the Gran did no more than smile and wish me a safe journey. So if I wrote out Gran's name to be captain, it would be, but the captain did no more. Okay, that's just a small thing. Just something I noticed.
What'd you expect? We trust you.
Fortune truly had graced me with the best of companions.
Onwards to the next. And Psycho, you say, I get it without failure. You won't be trying to better yourself, so you'll never fail again. See, what people seem to get wrong is that they think that if they fail, that's the end of the road. That's what a lot of people seem to think, but that's not the case. When you fail, it is a learning experience. Just because you fail doesn't mean that you're destined to fail again. I mean, we're all going to fail in something, but it's what we learn from that failure that can lessen our chances of failure the next time. Because you think people who are able to do things with perfection started out without failing? You think Gordon Ramsay started out just cooking food right? It took time. It took failing dishes. It took You think Tony Hawk learned how to do the 900 on the first try? It took time. It took many failures. It took many tries. And now, I mean, it's one of the greatest things to ever happen to skateboarding. And the man can still do the 900 today. Or at least from the video that I watched. It was a couple of years ago. But, failure is also a wonderful teacher. People may not like it, but the lessons stick with you for the rest of your life. When you're diligent, of course.
I strode through the gates of Seed Hollow.
So, what you gonna do here?
With a dragon on my tail. I would like to ask you the same question. Why did you follow me?
Curiosity. What's a cool knight like you always doing when he leaves the Grand Cipher?
Oh, curiosity killed the lizard. But no matter. Vern and the captain had offered me their complete trust, so I could do the same in return. Besides, if anything were to happen, I'd be there to protect him. You're welcome to stay, but I am only visiting Seed Hollow's forces again to offer help if I may. Nothing of interest.
Sounds like something my bud would do, but I thought you were gonna leave them alone to help them save face or whatever.
I was, but I realized that, in the end, the safety of the people is too heavy a price to pay for pride.
Be Savage, good to see you. I'm doing good. What's up with you? We're going through the final 6 Fate episodes of GRANBLUE Fantasy Relink. This game is so good, my guy. It is so unbelievably good.
That's fair. No offense though, Siegfried. Your way with words is a little, special. So I'll just come along and do the talking.
20 minutes later, Vern and I were in the heart of Seed Hollow, watching its soldiers scurry about like mice. 500 years of peace has truly taken its toll. Seed Hollow's forces had become only an army in name. In truth, the military affairs of the country were run by Zothba, a civilian and information broker. Everyone took orders from him.
Dispatch from Zothba. We got a lost child on our hands. Everyone, split up and search for the mother.
Yes, sir!
Man, you ever just get lost and have a whole army look for your mom?
Vern hovered by the branches of a tall oak, surveying the commotion with shining eyes. It is important to serve your people in times of concord as in times of strife, but I fear they have lost sight of their true duty. There is a saying, it is better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. Peace should never so lull a nation that its defenses are abandoned and its soldiers turned into clerks and errand boys.
Captain, new orders just came in. We're being sent to clear a horde of goblins camped right outside the city.
Now these errand boys faced hordes of monsters who had been roused by Avia's machinations. 500 years of stillness, nature, and peace gone. All at the whim of a madwoman.
You hear that, troops? Prepare for battle! Drive those goblins away from our homes!
Yes, sir!
They sure got bark. Problem is, they ain't got bite.
Are you worried about them?
Aren't you? You saw them get their butts kicked into the next Skydom just a few days ago.
I did, but failure is the mother of success. I readjusted my gauntlet and shifted my sword on my back. This is a chance for them to grow. I'll make sure of it.
Ah, I completely understand. I heard that Helldivers 2 is incredibly good. I've been watching people play it, from cartoons to other YouTubers. I've been watching them play it, and it just looks like super insane Starship Troopers. But, you know, a lot more fun than the actual Starship Troopers game that's out right now, because that's in like first person, and Helldivers is in third person. And yeah, I can understand people being stuck on that game because it's just that fun. I can understand. All right, so what I got on Siegfried, we're gonna test it out. Improved dodge, untouchable, fight or flight, flight or fight, not flight or fight, flight over fight. I've been saying that sigil's name wrong this entire time, my apologies.
Vern and I left Seed Hollow and turned off the road, beating a straight path to the goblins' encampment through trees and underbrush. We arrived before the soldiers. In front of us, half hidden in the darkness of a cave, slinked the forms of dozens of goblins. Alone, goblins are not much of a threat. When they're allowed to form hordes,
Oh, I know all about those smart little suckers. They can plot stuff and coordinate and everything.
I smiled. Vern was as much of a veteran as I was.
So earlier, you sounded like you were gonna help these soldiers out. What exactly have you got planned?
As you know, all monsters are different and must be dealt with in different ways. We shall teach these tactics to the soldiers, but from the shadows. Plan rehearsed, Vern and I crept from the shade of the trees and into the mouth of the cave.
It's fun and chaotic, especially with friendly fire.
Ready?
Makes it a
Our
bunch of
mission
laughs.
awaits. We've got to break their formations. First, let's go for a frontal assault on the sentries.
The army from Seed Hollow will be here any minute now.
How was I supposed to know? My aim was way off.
Oh, hurry!
Don't worry, we won't even need a minute.
They poisoned. We made it. Looks like the soldiers are still prepping for the fight.
Perfect. That gives us just enough time to thin down their main ranks.
More gobbles. Man, there's a lot of them.
Well, let's fix that, shall we? I can't believe they had so large a force. It's a good thing we came.
Don't you run away from me, boy.
Horsemen! You got this, Siegfried! Nice work! I think the soldiers can pick off what's left.
I think there are a few more goblins hidden, but likely not enough to reverse the tide. We had still better conduct a search, just to be safe. Let's go in deeper.
Look! It's a goblin soldier! And what are those? Its little sidekicks?
I don't think Seed Hollow's forces will be able to handle this. We should at least bring down the goblin soldier.
So leave all the small fry alone? Got it. Don't want to rob Seed Hollow's finest of a job. Watch out for the shooters! Jerk's trying to get away! Hello? They're burning!
I'm not out yet. Well, I think we're done here. The army from Seed Hollow should be capable of handling the rest.
All right, let's head deeper in. Stay together and stay focused.
Aw, snap! Seems like they caught up. Let's hide!
I wonder what can be done to extend that invincibility even more, outside of the normal sigils.
Holy Bahamut! We did it!
The day is ours. Good work, troops.
Vern and I crouched behind a craggy boulder and watched as the soldiers strode about the battlefield. Not a goblin was left. The voices of the triumphant rose up and resonated about the high, cool walls of the cavern. All went well.
I guess, but those soldiers took a heck of a beating.
Vern perched himself on top of the boulder, head cocked to one side. They will continue to grow. They have experience now, and what's more, confidence. They will learn to keep their wits about them in battle, to observe the enemy and strategize.
If you're sure, there's something I've been wondering about though, Siegfried. You didn't have to help these people. You're not even getting paid for this. So why go through the trouble?
I laughed softly. I think you already know the answer to that riddle. Because everything good in this world is worth protecting.
Hip hip hooray, another sigil today. It wouldn't be a video if I didn't accidentally jump off of a cliff. Oh my goodness. I keep forgetting that things that I do, I can clip it. Let me put some other things on Siegfried. Enmity. Boost attack power based on how low my health is. Against these regular fodder, that's not really gonna matter. Critical damage. Exploiter. Tyranny. Let's add that in. See what happens. Hey, we're almost done.
Three days after the victory in the caves, Vern rushed into my cabin.
Dude, he's here! The captain of Seed Hollow's army is here!
Here, on the Grand Cipher. My eyebrows drew themselves together. I was quite certain we hadn't been seen.
Do you think he figured us out?
No, that shouldn't be possible. I had lived and worked in the shadows for many years. I knew how to remain invisible. Let us meet him in any case. It would be discourteous to turn him away.
Agreed! We're lots of things, but rude ain't one of them.
Vern led me to a spacious room on the Grand Cipher, where our guest sat perched on the edge of a comfortable chair, his hands upon his knees. He stood up quickly when we entered.
It's, been a while.
He wouldn't quite meet my eyes. As the young man swallowed rather loudly, I recalled his last words to me. We can handle monsters without you swinging in to save the day. It has. I still regret my actions in the forest. Is that what you've come to talk about?
No,
He shook his head vigorously.
I'm here to thank you. You saved my life and the lives of my comrades.
So, our presence had been noticed. I swept my cloak back in a deep bow. I apologize for interfering yet again.
Oh, no, please, stop with the apologies. You're just making me feel worse. Listen.
He explained. 3 days ago, Seed Hollow's army had been called upon to drive back a horde of goblins. He had marched his company there with a heavy heart, expecting great losses. But to his surprise, when they emerged from the goblin den, they were not missing even a single soldier.
Goblins are intelligent. They post sentinels and form ranks, just like we do. Sword fighters and shield bearers in front, mages in back. Any battle with them should have been tough and bloody.
Yet these goblins had no set sentries, and their forces were meager and scattered. Even the large beasts the goblins kept in reserve had been terribly weakened by the time Seed Hollow's forces reached it.
But what could have worn it out like that? A night of partying too hard? No. Someone had to have helped us, and luckily, I had an inkling who.
Now he raised his round, earnest face and looked straight at me.
There was this knight who'd saved my troops before. He wore jet black armor and carried a crimson sword.
Yeah, no way you'd forget that getup after seeing it once.
Vern peered down at my armor. It was matte black, so I could slip by in the night unseen. But I suppose outlined against the light of the sun, it cut quite a distinctive figure.
The rest really wasn't that difficult. Went with that description to a merchant who deals with a lot of foreign traffic, and learned about a former knight captain.
I see. Years away from the battlefield had dulled the army's swords. This I already knew. But now I realize it had allowed them to build rapport with their people, winning them trusted eyes and ears throughout their country.
If anyone should be apologizing, it's me.
Before I could stop him, he went down on one knee.
That day in the forest, I was frustrated and ashamed by the weakness of my troops. So I took it out on you. I'm sorry. You saved my soldiers not only once, but twice. And the second time around, you even made sure we learned from the experience. I really don't know how to make it up to you.
Vern and I looked at each other, surprised by the sincerity in his voice. Your kind words are more than enough, and your forgiveness. The young man opened his mouth, but I shook my head. Whatever the circumstances, I still trampled your pride underfoot.
What's pride when compared to life?
To speak the truth, I thought Seed Hollow's forces poorly trained and disorganized, from an outsider's perspective at least. By placing a hand beneath the man's elbow, I silently bid him rise. But I see now that you have strength and wisdom that was hidden to me. With you in command, I have no doubt your company will go on to accomplish great things.
That means a lot, coming from you.
He smiled, the tension melting from his frame.
But the fact remains that I let my soldiers get out of practice. You've helped me realize a lot these past few days, and I promise we'll train harder than ever, make up for lost time, and become the defenders this country deserves.
Good. Never stop believing in yourselves. Seed Hollow, a land of gardeners who derive joy from the bounty of flora and the simplicity of peace. Though they were no longer the mightiest of warriors, they were by no means weak. no more than the wildflower, who holds aloft its petals in dry soil and through battering storms. And like wildflowers, they would continue to grow and flourish. Though Seed Hollow is a small country now, perhaps in time, it will rise to become a mighty nation. When that day comes, it surely will make a valuable ally for Fiendrock.
All's well that ends well, I suppose. Blue Arc, it's good to see you again. Welcome back. Has an hour really passed? Has it really been an hour already? Has it really been an hour already?
Hey, is it just me, or have we been getting less monster hunting missions recently?
We, as all Skyfarers, were used to shouldering the quests of greatest peril, as we've seen more combat than most standing armies. However, though Zega Grande was as plagued by monsters as ever, we'd had a quiet few days.
I think I can explain.
Lyria raised her hand, eager to impart valuable intelligence.
Apparently, Seed Hollow's soldiers have been super on top of things lately. A monster appears, and before the Crew Alliance can even draft up a mission, they get in there and solve the problem.
Good for them, but less work for us means less jingle in our pockets.
Vern drifted to me from across the room, and positioning his snout by my ear, spoke in a whisper.
Guess they really got their act together, huh?
It would certainly seem so. I looked up at my small comrade in training. We exchanged a secret smile. Well done, troops. Well done.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes all Fate episodes for Siegfried. New archive entry discovered. Seed Hollow evaluation. Next up, Cagliostro.
I opened my eyes and found the most entrancing face staring back at me. Clear skin, dewy eyes, and mischievous smile, all framed by soft golden locks. Involuntarily, my hand crept toward her cheek for a caress. But when flesh met mirror, I finally woke up and realized.
Yes. Good morning, me. Must still be hazy from exchanging bodies yesterday. Lacing my fingers together, I reached my arms up for a test stretch. Stiff. Not one to be bested by a vessel of my own design, I brought my palms together and began twisting. Take that, you stupid spine, I thought. You will rue the day you defied me. Just how many backbones and digits and faces had I conjured? I'd lived long enough to know it was foolish to try and keep track.
Cagliostro, did you hear? We're going to visit a new skydom!
Lyria's voice echoed from behind the door, snapping me back to the present.
Sounds fun! I'll be out in a jiffy!
My voice was a weaponized rainbow, strategically pitched to invoke thoughts of hugs and sunshine. As the cutest girl in all the skies, no other tone would live up to my utter perfection. You see, it's a common myth that cuteness is in the eye of the beholder. But actually, as I have witnessed through my research, it is a fundamental law of reality. I quickly brushed my disheveled hair, minus one lock, as per the theory of adorable bedhead optimization, and went to the door. The crew would need me at my cutest if they were to survive an untrodden skydom.
Oh, this ought to be interesting. This ought to be interesting.
About 2,000 years ago, before the war, I was a wretched, sickly little thing. We lived in a village with no doctor, so all I could do was wait for the release of death. I still remember the defeated look on my sister's face as she attended my bedside. I couldn't blame her. Not when she was surrounded by the other villagers and their whispers. None of them thought I was long for this world. But back in those days, the sky was full of children who would never live past adolescence. So my life was tragic, but common. With the exception, of course, of one detail. My intellect. I had been working on a theory of reality, one that would let me rewrite the laws of existence. I dubbed it alchemy. I was too weak to leave the house, but my sister would fetch me the necessary reagents for my experiments. At first, each failure was more spectacular than the last. Creating a fully functional body from nothing but dirt and speculation was complicated. Instead, I focused on creating an ageless vessel capable of housing a soul. Hypothesis, test, fail. Hypothesis, test, fail. My pile of discarded monstrosities grew with each unsuccessful trial. But finally, I succeeded in producing a small life form, no bigger than your average roach. Sure, a misplaced footstep would have killed the damn thing, but it was life nonetheless. And it was proof that I could achieve mastery over my own mortality. Now that I had more data, all it took was a few more months of testing, and voila! I had synthesized a flesh bag for myself. My soul was finally free to occupy a worthy form. Now, repeat this process a few thousand times, and my reputation spread throughout the skies, garnering love and admiration from the masses. Alchemy was at its apex, and death had been conquered for all. Yeah, right. More followers meant more opportunity for betrayal. Eventually, a faction of alchemists turned my own bloodline against me, and they managed to seal me away for centuries. Assholes.
Okay, Cagliostro. CDs, good to see you as always. We're going through the Fate episodes. We're on Cagliostro now.
These magic prison stories always end the same way. A few hundred years of slumber, and people grow complacent. A group of clueless travelers, aka the crew of the Grand Cipher, managed to stumble upon my inert form and, foolishly mistaking me for a primal beast or something, lifted the seal. Immediately, I wanted to eradicate them. No one could find out I had regained my freedom. I would not suffer entombment again, even if it meant I needed to transmogrify a few Skyfarers. But then, I laid eyes upon Lyria and her blue hair, and there it was, an entity that I could not identify. I, who had unveiled the very laws of reality, could not classify her existence. She was surely from a different plane. My interest was piqued, and for that, I spared the crew. What can I say? Curiosity killed the alchemist. With no particular agenda for my newfound liberty, I offered my services to these Skyfarers. They would give me unfettered access to the girl, and I would give them unrestricted access to my findings. And as a bonus, I might save their asses a few times along the way. Of course, the captain readily accepted. Though I admit, there was something about the gleam in the captain's eye that caught my attention. What was so special, you ask?
That's for Cagliostro to know and for you to find out.
Oh yeah, she's an issue. She is an issue.
On a typical humdrum day, I was browsing Sierra Carte's wares for a few chemical essentials. Impressive how the world had become a network of convenience. What were previously rare and unobtainable items were now collecting dust on a tradewoman's shelves. My eyes traced the rows of flasks and potions before they settled on a vial clutched by the man standing next to me. Oh, toxin. An excellent choice. Save for the fact that his confused and brooding expression revealed he didn't quite understand what he was holding. Who was this moron? Well, now that I was aware of the potential hazard, I couldn't leave well enough alone. Traveling with the crew had certainly rubbed off on me.
Excuse me, mister? That looks scary. What you gonna do with it?
He looked stunned, an appropriate reaction, given my stunning countenance.
What? This? It's pigment. Needed for painting supplies.
Oh, I didn't take you for a painter, mister.
Pigments were frequently composed of toxic earth metals. Perhaps I worried over nothing.
It's not for me. My little sister's the artistic one.
Huh? His entire mood shifted. Tense shoulders relaxing and lips curving into a soft grin. It was nothing like a few seconds ago, when he seemed to be studying the pigment like his life depended on it. Perhaps he was a few rupees short. No, mental calculus doesn't translate to confusion. His look was more concerned? No. I'd seen that exact expression before.
So what color picture will she paint? Cagliostro sure wants to see the final product. Aw, pretty please.
This is coming out of nowhere.
What the hell? Did I not give him the world's cutest plea? How dare he refuse me? He will suffer for...
But I guess it's okay. I actually have some free time now, if you're eager.
There. That was more like it. Lyria, the captain, and I followed the man to his studio, listening to him jabber about his life along the way. His name was Heimel, and he had been living alone with his sister, Shanae, ever since their parents died when they were younger. Their life was simple, he explained. But a simple life was a luxury for some.
Wait till you see! Shanae's paintings are breathtaking, and I'm not just saying that. The world needs her talent.
He was alight with passion. A stupid smile plastered across his face. True pride in his sister's craft. As for me, art was too abstract. How would one tame the subjective, bring order to chaos? There was too much I couldn't comprehend. But was it not aesthetics that led me to understand and codify the deep mysteries of cuteness? Yes. Perhaps there was something I could learn from a craft as humble as painting. And thus, with the future of alchemy on my dainty shoulders, I pushed open the door to the studio.
One thing I can say about Cagliostro is that she is incredibly conceited. So full of ego. And I already got more than enough on Cagliostro to benefit her. Still need to get her awakening sigil though. But she good. She good. I don't need to worry about nothing. Plus, I got some of my best AI crew members with me. Charlotta especially, since she has her Terminus weapon on her. And Rackham and Eugen for the ranged. So this is gonna go smoothly.
We entered to find Shanae violently tossing in bed. Heimel rushed over, grabbing a phial of healing tincture from her bedside. Hand supporting her shaking head, he poured the concoction into her mouth. Immediately, her convulsions lessened, but her breathing was still labored. It became clear why he was so antsy back at Sierra's store. Toxic pigments could be dangerous in even the most steady of hands, and, well, I glanced down at Shanae's fingers trembling on her bedsheets. Pressing forward, I gave her a cursory examination. Normally, I don't afford peons the luxury of my intellectual evaluation, but I was feeling generous. These symptoms are grave.
Do you know what's the matter?
Lyria's voice quivered with worry. I do. I've seen this exact disease once upon a time. Heimel's eyes shot to me, propelled more by hope than surprise.
Truly? The local doctors have been useless. They just give her pain relievers and leave. Can you do something?
As much as I wanted to refuse, in that moment, Heimel's desperation reminded me too much of my own sister. I'm not a medical professional. Sure, I know a formula that might ease her symptoms, but it's not a permanent solution. Not to mention the biggest pain in the ass, tracking down all the components.
Please, you're all we've got.
Ugh, begging. Now, the deal was sealed. And it had nothing to do with Lyria, Vern, and Captain Goody Two-Shoes staring holes into the back of my head. Fine. The world's cutest genius alchemist Cagliostro is on the case. Consider yourself lucky. We left the studio and hurried back to the airship. In this skydome, I could think of only one environment that would produce the necessary reagents. Mount Nagelith. Perfect. The component should be somewhere around here.
We need reagents attuned to water. Let's sweep the area.
Roger that. My eyes are wide open.
Don't let up! Sucks to be you!
I really want to get Cagliostro's Terminus weapon. The founder of alchemy with her most powerful weapon. Yeah, I want to get it. I want to get it.
You're a mean water spirit. Why don't you play nice?
I blew up before it could kill it. Dang wall boundary.
All we have to do is collect this stuff, right?
Yep. But we'll need more than that. This one's suspiciously large. Let's smash it and see what it's hiding.
All right, we got the ore. And I see something over here.
Ah! An ambush!
One thing I love about this game is how well the AI can take care of themselves. Especially when they're built right. When they're built right, you really don't need to worry about them. I know a lot of games where you gotta constantly babysit AI partners that you have tagging along with you. And I have to say that this is a welcome change.
Are those spirits protecting it? By the way, looks like we'll have to go through them. Open up.
Yeah, that collapse attack when it's fully charged up, it helps.
We have enough mineral components. Next up, we'll need crystallized Cygateers.
Zyga? Those flapping eyeball creatures? I think I saw some further up ahead.
Sorry, Cagliostro's in a hurry.
This is gonna burn!
There's a reason why I'm holding it for this long. There's a reason.
Bingo! Pardon our intrusion.
Sinead's counting on us. Let's do it!
Oh, yes! Bring your tears to us! Phantasmagoria!
You can't kill the founder of alchemy?
So, did we get the tears?
Of course we did. I even had time to distill them.
Cagliostro, over and out.
Knowing that cutesy voice is a facade.
We'll repay you someday.
The moment the potion reached Shanae's stomach, wariness melted from her frame. That medicine will only temporarily stop your symptoms. They'll be back if you don't treat the root of the problem.
Still, peace is priceless, no matter how brief.
Shanae was not the only one feeling more relaxed. With tensions eased, I decided it was time to explain Shanae's condition, Lycerian fever syndrome. It was an autoimmune disorder of the nervous system, caused by irregularities in the body's ley line structure. Common side effects included reduced function of the lower extremities and unrelenting fevers. Development occurred in the embryonic stage, a defense against the mother's own ley line system, interpreting the fetus as a foreign object. Of course, the prescribed painkillers and fever reducers had not been effective. They could not treat what was essentially a natural function of Shanae's body.
But the formula you made for us, it suppressed her symptoms, didn't it?
Sure, but suppression isn't treatment. And besides, there will be unfortunate side effects if she uses it over a long period of time. I'm just sorry I couldn't make you a true cure.
Please don't apologize. I feel like I've reclaimed a part of my life thanks to you.
Brave little thing. She had done nothing to earn her lot in life, but suffering claimed her all the same. Though the world was built upon fundamental truths, at times, I felt as if I understood nothing about it.
All right, we got an additional sigil slot, which means more power for Cagliostro.
Yeah?
And now we have a new entry in the glossary for Lycerian fever syndrome. Okay, with that, we can go ahead and put something else in there for her. And her traits look like regen, like she's capable of regenerating. Of course, you get free regen automatically when you get a Terminus weapon because it's built into the weapon itself, along with the skill Catastrophe. So now I'm just thinking about what else can I put on her that'll benefit her greatly. Maybe, you know what? I got more than enough concentrated fire. I can put another one on her. One that's level 5 this time. And it appears that I put all the +5 versions. Oh, wait, there it is. Yeah. Yeah. More power. I have given Cagliostro more power for her ranged attacks. And now I shall put another skill which will enable her to use her skills more often whenever I strike an enemy. Should be down here somewhere. Cascade, is this it? Yes, shortens skill cooldowns whenever you hit a foe. Effect strength changes based on the attack type. There we go. Alright, next one for Cagliostro.
It was a bright day when Vern, Lyria, the captain, and I went back to the studio. Shanae was staring out the window with a dazed smile. So the formula was still working. Good.
Crazy how you invited yourself to the studio to see my sister's paintings. And now you're her personal pharmacist. Serendipity's funny like that.
If you feel like repaying me, how about you finally cough up some art and show me around?
That's a fair price. Everything in the studio was painted by Schnee. Feel free to get close. Admire the details.
Previously, I had managed only a distracted glance at the studio's walls. But this time, I saw visual creativity exploding off them. I wasn't an expert on art, but even I felt the vibrant energy bounding from her drawings. Powerful, powerful pieces swirled around me like a hurricane. And one painting in particular, it was resonant. Sketches were littered about the floor, too. And even they were filled with vitality. How could such a feeble body muster such vivid work?
Oh yeah, about that pigment I bought when we met. Want to see it in action?
Taking the vial from a shelf, Heimel poured the pigment into a dish and mixed it with oil. A few swirls later, and the color had transformed in a way that was more chemistry than alchemy. Intriguing. Takes a specialty product to make that hue. Heimel smiled and handed the freshly prepared paint to Shanae, who was already mid-painting. A bead of sweat trailed down her brow as she swabbed the tint across her canvas.
I believe in Schnee's talent. Look at her. She's amazing. I just have to get the world to recognize it.
It's nice having a supportive sibling. I meant it.
I never know how to read your tone. But, well, her condition made me realize how precious our time together is.
Heimel, who clearly had never known abundance, smiled like the richest of merchants. Though Shanae had been left with a raw deal, it was clear her life wasn't without meaning. If only I could go back and tell my own sister, "You were my courage when I was weak. You were my light when I was in darkness. I have lived through eons, but you were my rock." I hoped these siblings, at least, would understand what they meant to one another. I even prayed a little. Which was dumb, considering this Skydom still thinks primal beasts are gods. Huh. Guess I'm getting sentimental in my old age.
Interesting. Very interesting, Cagliostro. Onwards to the next.
Lyria and Vern became a regular fixture at the studio. They said they wanted to be there when Shanae finished her latest piece. I felt much the same. Her pieces were charming, even while portraying the thin line between life and death. Rare to get drama like that outside of a novel. But my true reason for visiting was out of concern, not interest. She was battling an unpredictable disorder, so I wanted to be around should the worst come to pass.
Could you stick around for a few? I need to run out and buy a few things.
You dare waste my time with your foolish errands? Fine, but at least be quick about it. After Heimel left, Shanae waved me closer to her bed.
After all you've done, I don't want to sound ungrateful, but...
Her voice quivered. She was plainly troubled.
I don't know if I can say this. Wow. Okay, I want my brother to be free. I don't want to bind him any longer.
Tears began to gloss her eyes.
Without me holding him back, he could find someone and settle down. He has such a kind heart. He needs to share it. If I'm ruining his life, then I would rather not be in it at all. Please take...
I interrupted her. I don't condone this, and I doubt your brother would either. Oh boy. If there was ever a time to talk about my past, this was it. Look, I've been in your shoes. There was nothing the village doctors could do, and I was abandoned by damn near all the townsfolk. For the dying, hope was cheap. It was better to look inevitability in the face and maintain some of your dignity. But there was one person who stood beside me. My light. My rock. My sister. She was with me the entire time, keeping me warm in the shadow of death. And in turn, I gave her the comfort of company, not being alone in this world. I continued to detail memories of my sister, over 2,000 years old, hoping that Shanae would get the point. She hung on to every word.
What can I say? What can I say?
When I concluded my story, to my disappointment, Shanae seemed to pick up the wrong message.
How did you get better?
Simple. The curse of genius. I developed an entire school of magic and abandoned my wretched body. I couldn't suppress a proud grin. She nodded along, not quite understanding. I couldn't blame her. Few people had the opportunity to learn the glory of alchemy, especially in these far-flung skydoms. Imagine your body is a jar and your soul is water. I created a fresher, cuter jar and poured my soul into it.
You can do that sort of thing?
Shanae cupped her mouth in surprise. Don't insult me. There's nothing I can't do. She grew silent as gears began to whir in her head. A few moments later, she stared at me with pleading eyes and spoke.
Could you do it for me?
Well, that was predictable. But I could relate to her predicament, and that alone made me want to help. If you really want to go through with this, I can make you a jug too. However, you should know. It wasn't going to be simple. A soul swap was messy on an experienced alchemist's psyche, much less a mundane girl's. Nor would I be around to perform maintenance down the line. It could very well be a fast track to the grave. And to inhabit an alchemized body was to stray from the natural order. She would forever be a false life form. Shanae had no knowledge of the arcane. She was struggling to grasp these factors. And what's worse, I didn't have the decades needed to explain the details. So I opted for a simpler route, and explained the side effects in more mortal terms. Even if your memories, knowledge, and personality make the jump, you will never feel the same. Your senses will feel foreign. Your fine motor skills will be dulled. In short, goodbye, art. Take, for example, the sky. We each paint it in our own way. One may clumsily blob some white on a blue background, while others might choose a deeper hue or express the clouds with more definite contours. Art is a negotiation between the artist's mind, eye, and hand. And if 2/3 of that equation were to change, then the artist might as well be a different person altogether. Even I, genius that I am, took centuries to adapt to this process. Finally, it means you won't be human. You'll have to maintain your body like a machine, and you'll never have children. Is any of this sinking in?
But...
Shanae looked down at her hands, as if it were the first time she had ever seen them. It was never an easy decision. Even my sister begged me not to abandon my mortality, right until I made the hop into a new vessel. The silence was deafening. Shanae was considering her past and what abandoning it would mean for her future. I observed her until I grew impatient. There's no reason you have to make up your mind now. As long as you found an answer before we sail out of this skydom, I can help you either way. Capiche?
Don't tell me that my mic was muted again. Wow. Wow, my mic was muted again. I was having such a nice, heartfelt conversation about, you know, what just happened in the previous Fate episode, and you guys heard none of it. So I'm going to go into detail of what I said, because it must have been odd for the screen to just be saying, like, Fate episode reward, and it's just there hanging there, but I was actually talking the entire time. So let me say what I said. So, when Cagliostro was talking to the girl, I forget her name, but she was talking to her about, you know, the price you pay for getting a brand new body, not being human anymore. It harkens back to a question that I believe either Psycho asked me or someone else asked me about would I want to be immortal or not. And the answer was no, because Cagliostro is over 2,000 years old. That is a long time to be alive. And with that comes a lot of upsides and a bunch of downsides. One of the biggest downsides that immediately catches my attention on why I will never want to ever be immortal if I was ever granted the chance to get a superpower or a special ability is simply because I'm going to be the only one that has the immortality. It's not going to extend to my family. It's not going to extend to anyone else I know. It's just going to be me. And with that knowledge, knowing that I'll be immortal, but the rest of my family won't be, that's a hard feeling. Because then I'll have to see every single one of my family members go. Not just my immediate family, but every single one of my relatives. And also all of my friends. And everyone that I've ever come across and see on a regular basis. All of them would go. And I'd be the only one left. And I'm like, no, that's too much of a hassle. While immortality has its perks, it's simply not good enough if it means I can't share that with anybody. So no. I see, and I understand where Cagliostro is coming from, because she knows the rigors of living for, 2 whole millenniums. Because if I remember correctly, you have a year, then a decade, then a century, and then 1,000 years is a millennium. So 2 whole millenniums you've been alive. How much have you missed out on because those that you were enjoying time with passed on? That's a horrifying thing. Being the only person you know that's immortal and you get to live forever, but everyone else around you just dies. That's a heartbreaking thing, because you can't fully enjoy life, knowing that the whole concept of living out your days with each other is just literally you living out your days with that person as they age and you don't. That's too horrible a fate. And in the case of, your girl, Shanae, that's how they're pronouncing it. Shanae, that would mean that her body will also not be her own. And what she's grown accustomed to, like she said, fine motor skills, basically everything that allows her art to be amazing. Getting into a new body means that not everything is going to be the exact same. Motor skills probably won't be the same, and therefore your ability to paint as good as you were would change. It's just too many downsides. So I completely understand how Cagliostro doesn't want anyone else to go through the same fate. Sure, she did it in order to save her life 2,000 years ago, but for that to be posed on someone else, that is far too horrible a fate. Because what if the mind can't comprehend it? What if they can't handle that this body is not real? I'll never be able to have kids. I'll never be able to enjoy life as if I was in my regular body or not. That's too horrible a fate. But yeah, also, Gajil, sorry that you didn't hear it. I said, yo to you as well, man. We're going through the Fate episodes, and we're on Cagliostro. We're almost done with her. Then we got Yodara, Zeta, Svasaraga, and then lastly, Id. We're almost done.
I turned to leave, causing the bedridden girl to lunge after me.
Wait! I don't care about losing my art. If it will free Heimel to live his life, then my choice is clear.
Her tears were pierced by a genuine smile. She bore the pain of losing her creative soul and the joy of gaining a liberated brother. Even with my infinite understanding of the universe, I could not say which of those emotions was stronger. You sure you don't want to talk to him first? She shook her head. I felt a small pang of regret. I led her down this path because I, on some level, felt we were alike in our suffering. But the truth was, I had I won't say easier way out. The same solution applied to Shanae's problem would be far more complicated. If anything, I felt like I understood Heimel's position more. He would simply want what was best for his sister. Just like how my own sister had wanted what was best for me. After leaving the studio, I made a list of all the materials the procedure would require. It was going to be a pain in the homunculus to gather everything, so I enlisted the crew to help. I had my sights set on the Pillar of Vayoi. Due to the high concentration of arcane energy, the materials found there made for powerful alchemical reagents.
Wait till you see! Shanae's paintings are breathtaking, and I'm not just saying that. The world needs her talent.
Curse that proud face of yours, Heimel. Look what you've made me do.
Cagliostro, on the move! Cagliostro's coming for your cores, Mr. and Mrs. Spirit People!
And while I'm at it, I might pick up a few alchemical reagents in the process.
Let's go, gang!
Yeah, I see some red orbs over there. Is that a dark essence?
Great. This won't help anyone.
Well, so much for that. I thought I saw something flying. Oh, no, wait. Those are the... Oh, yeah, those are the rocks that swirl around this whole place. I'm about to say, we got dragons?
Useless trash.
Also, I've been keeping my ears to the ground concerning some gaming stuff. So, those of you who know of the gaming studio known as Nacon, they're the people who've recently released the incredibly fantastic RoboCop game. They are currently making an open-world Terminator survival game. Yeah. They're the same people that gave us RoboCop, Rogue City. They're making an open-world survival game based on the Terminator series. So if you thought the regular games we had where Terminators were hunting us through buildings was a problem, yeah, imagine being in an open world where the Terminators are hunting you. If it's co-op, Gajil, I'm just saying that might be even more terrifying than playing Generation Zero at 60 FPS. I'm just saying.
Look at all those spirits! What do you call a group of them anyway? A herd? A flock?
I call it a party.
Yeah, man. They announced it today, and there's supposed to be a showcase. They announced it, and they said it's apparently going to be shown, like, what they're working on during a showcase. Hold on. Let me get the proper information. Let me get the proper information real quick, because I want to read it out. Give me a sec, Cagley. Give me a sec. Here it is. Here it is. Also, there's a lot of hope that a Dragon's Dogma 2 demo might be on the way. So if it is, you already know what I'm going to be doing. But here it is. Publisher Nacon is finally ready to show more of its open-world Terminator survival game during a showcase set later for February. Nacon Connect, set for February 29th, features 30 minutes of new videos showing off the likes of Greedfall 2: The Dying World, Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown, Raven's Watch, Crown Wars: The Black Prince, and the new Terminator game. Nacon announced the as-yet untitled Terminator game back in 2022. It's in the works at the Nacon Studio Milan and takes place in an open world set between the events of Judgment Day, the Skynet nuclear strike that causes the apocalypse, and the formation of John Connor's resistance. You play as a group of nuclear apocalypse survivors fighting to stay alive. So this is set during the time before John Connor's resistance even got started. So this is literally the world where Terminators were pretty much ruling over everyone. And John Connor is not there to stop them. This is before the resistance. So this is literally the prime of the prime of Skynet. And you play as a group of nuclear apocalypse survivors fighting to stay alive. As Nacon said at the time, the Terminator game features an original story that draws upon the events portrayed in the movies. The cinematic teaser trailer revealed a T-800 hunting someone in a warehouse. The iconic original Terminator theme tune blaring in the background. So yes, that is going to be shown off at the end of this month on the 29th. So I will be checking that out, because if they did a very good job with RoboCop. And they also did a good job with Terminator Resistance, which was a game they did beforehand. So for them to make an open world Terminator game where you can be hunted by T-800s, not one but many, that is scary. That is scary, but we'll see how things turn out from there. I think that's it for gaming stuff. That new Invincible mobile game is out, but I'm like, you couldn't just make a console game so we could fly around the city, maybe play as Omni-Man. There is some gameplay for that Kemuri game from Ikumi Nakamura. Yeah, some art and details revealed will be non-linear, but not a vast open world. Yeah, there's some art for that Kemuri game. Let me see here. I go to click on the link, and it goes to 10 movies of Ridley Scott ranked, and I'm like, I'm sorry, this is not what I'm looking for. I don't care about Ridley Scott. Give me a sec. We'll continue on. But I wanted to see the details on Kemuri, because I was kind of interested in it and its art style. Let's see. It goes on detail of how players will take on the role of yokai hunters who will acquire supernatural powers with the help of the Fox window, which can be used to see into the spirit realm. You explore the city and use the Fox window to spot yokai. If that's the origin of the problem, you fight them. Engage in battles, negotiation, and acquire yokai to possess and increase your power. Unleashing the power of the yokai, you change your visual appearance using fashion to take action beyond human knowledge. The ability to collect various yokai adds high replay value to the game. I wonder if it's going to function like Castlevania Aria Sorrow, where you keep getting monsters and you level up the skills with the more monster souls that you obtain. I wonder if it's going to function that way, because if it does, then that does indeed seem like a good idea for high replay value. Finding, it's good to see you. We are working on some Fate episodes. Sorry, I kind of got held up because I was talking about a new Terminator game that's being made by the people that gave us RoboCop. So.
Ribbon?
elemental components. Now, if only we can track down an effigy.
Cagliostro knows everybody wants to cuddle up to her. You're icky.
You down? You like that?
And stand.
Speaking of Generation Zero, Gajeel, we still need to test that game out, and that game running at 60 FPS. You know, when we're not devoting so much time to GRANBLUE. Honestly, for me and Gajeel, we haven't really been playing any other games. Well, I can't say what other games Gajeel has been playing, but GRANBLUE has not left my system. I've poured tons of hours into this game, even more so than Suicide Squad. I need to get back to that, but I need to address the fact that GRANBLUE has that Elden Ring level chokehold on me right now.
We need to blast you into alchemic dust.
I think I'm starting to feel sorry for this spirit. It's the last one. Get him!
What a disrupt.
Excellent. Throw a few spirit guts in the old extractor, and we'll have prime crystals on our hands.
What now?
Don't worry about it, Mr. Lizard. Wanna head back to town? It's true. Cuter is better.
When we returned to the studio, Hamel was a flustered whirlwind.
Schnee told me everything. Please, we refuse to let you change her body.
We were shocked to hear his refusal. Well, Vern and Lyria were. I had been expecting it. I'd like to hear the reason from her mouth. She's the one suffering, after all. What right do you have to speak for her? He grimaced.
Schnee has dreamed of being a successful artist ever since she was small. Even after the fever started, she's put her entire soul into her art. And finally...
In his fervent voice, you could hear how long he'd been supporting his sister, praying for her success. And now, after years of hard work, she'd made it. She had recently been invited to participate in an exclusive exhibit, a privilege apparently afforded to very few.
And with perfect timing, family has arrived with food. Allow me to help them bring that in, and then we'll continue on with this dialogue. I appreciate your patience. Food obtained. I apologize for the wait, everyone.
Finally, Schnee will be recognized for her talent. If we throw away her chance now, what will that mean for her future? Or her legacy?
I wasn't sure whether he was gritting his teeth or his fists tighter.
Schnee's been waiting so long for this! Why add this darkness to her life now?
Because you deserve to live your life too, Heimel.
Brother and sister stood opposed, on opposite sides of their future.
I've never thought of you as a burden. I supported you because I love you. It's a blessing to watch you create.
No one doubted his words. More than anything, he wanted Shanae's efforts to bloom into something beautiful. He wanted her future years to remain bright. If her dreams were so close to coming true, he reasoned, then why abandon everything now? He had a point. But he'd never been in Shanae's position before. I had. And I knew what needed to happen this time.
Come to view the requests?
Shanae's attitude changed after hearing her brother's plea.
Cagliostro, forgive me. I was selfish, looking for a quick fix. But now, I know I should face this disease and live my life the way I meant to.
Figures. You needed time to process your options. Actually, that was the reason why I asked Heimel about his objections in front of Shanae. She needed to hear his part.
We're sorry for wasting your time. We know it wasn't easy to gather all those components for a new body.
New body? Doesn't ring a bell.
But you said you would give Schnee a new vessel.
Right into my trap. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a bottle of pills and a note, handing them to Shanae. I present to you my genius medicine for slowing the progress of Lycerian fever syndrome. I calculate it's 3 times more effective than the previous tonic. Not hard to manufacture either. I'll give you the recipe. Stop by Sierra's sometime, and she'll help you fill it within 2 to 3 business days.
Wait, Cagliostro? So why did we go all the way to the Pillar of Vayoi?
It wasn't obvious? I needed some stronger base reagents to help synthesize the first batch. My crewmates looked at me with irritation. But when you've lived as long as I have, sometimes you need to spice things up with a few pranks. While we're on the topic, I did a little more research. Experts say that ley lines rebalance themselves after a number of years. Problem is, most people die before it can happen. But with my new prescription, you should be able to make it long enough. No sweat.
Cagliostro, how can we ever repay you? You are everything to this family.
Shanae was so overcome with emotion, she couldn't express her own thanks. I didn't mind her silence, though. Excess sentimentality always spoiled the mood. We had more important topics to discuss anyway. Right, so about payment. The founder of Alchemy developed a new medication specifically for your family. That's gonna cost ya. Heimel swallowed, readying himself for the worst.
I'm a fool. You're absolutely right. We don't have much in the way of money or valuables, but we'll do whatever it takes to...
I think there's been a misunderstanding. You don't get to decide my reward. Are we clear? Shanae and Heimel both nodded in fearful silence. Seeing harmony restored to the studio was a wonderful feeling. I even allowed myself to bask in memories of my sister as a treat. Sometime later, I was visiting Sierra's shop in Folka. You have my payment from Shanae and Heimel?
Sure do. It's a big one, so take good care of her.
From behind the counter, Sierra pulled out a canvas displaying the world's cutest girl. Clear skin, dewy eyes, and a mischievous smile, all framed by soft golden locks. Utter perfection.
Not that I have to explain it to you. But lots of folks have said they'd like to buy this pretty picture. We had to fight off all the amateur art collectors.
Of course. Who wouldn't want a portrait of me? Though I was the only one worthy of owning such a masterpiece.
I was surprised to hear you knew Lady Shanae. Must be a fancy lady, being a master and all.
Wait, master?
Indeedy! Youngest artist declared a master in a good long while. She's really made a name for herself in the market. Here, just got this piece in today.
I had seen it before. It filled me with a resonant vitality, just as it had in that cozy little studio. But now it was accompanied by a price tag of a whopping 5 million rupees. I think I'll add this one to my collection. In all my years of filling vessels with spirits, I had never procured an object with as much soul as Shanae's painting. I had to have it.
Are you sure? That's my biggest budget breaker.
I laughed. A few million rupees for a miracle? Chump change. Unbeknownst to Sierra Carte, I got away with the steal.
And thus concludes Cagliostro's Fate episodes. Gagil, you and I will talk about this particular episode the next time we meet up. But we got new archive entry discovered. Freedom Calls, oil on canvas, and Eternal Cutie, oil on canvas. Next, Yodara. See, here's my thing. I at one point thought that Yodara was basically Yoda. Basically the Yoda of this game. But after Charlotta, I was thinking maybe Charlotta was more in line with being like Yoda. But maybe Yodara can be Yoda and Charlotta can be Yaddle. Maybe. But let's see. The Phantasmagoric Fencer. Oh wait, I haven't been reading out these titles. I haven't been reading out these titles. I'm sorry. I haven't read out the ones for Lancelot, Vayne, Percival, and Siegfried, and Cagliostro. Okay, I gotta do this one. I read out Narmaya. But I didn't do it for Lancelot, so we gotta pick that up. We gotta keep up with that. Lancelot, a young knight who leads the kingdom of Fiendrock's Order of the White Dragons. He travels the skies in search of knowledge that will provide the foundation for his country's future. I think I read that one for Lancelot already. I don't think I did the one for Vayne. Vayne, the vice captain of Fiendrock's Order of the White Dragons. He is an ardent champion of justice who despises evil. He possesses a happy-go-lucky attitude, and his smile never wavers as he sets about his tasks. Part of me thinks that I read that as well the day before. Percival. This knight travels the skies in hopes of creating his ideal country. Having studied the art of kingcraft from an early age, he is prone to being condescending. He will, however, come up with an excuse to help a person in need and is actively searching for vassals who share this philosophy. He basically just moves like Byakuya. God, what I would give to play a Bleach game done like this. But it also features the 1,000-Year Blood War. I need that. Stop giving us anime fighting games! Give us Bleach done like GRANBLUE. Siegfried, with the blood of a dragon coursing through his veins. I wonder what the blood of a dragon tastes like for you to be so enticed by its power to actually drink it. What does the blood of a dragon taste like? Is it spicy? Does it have a metallic taste? Questions for later. This knight brandishes a mighty sword as a man would a stick. At one time, he found himself victim of a court conspiracy, causing him to flee his country and become a tragic hero. Despite this, he is still loyal to the kingdom to this day and is admired by many. And the one we just completed, Cagliostro. As a brilliant mage who introduced alchemy to the Sky Realm, none can rise to be her equal. Utilizing alchemy, she regularly replaces her body with new vessels, which she customizes to match her preferences. Today's preference is cutesy girl with blonde hair. From her beginnings as a... Oh... There it is. I thought it was going to be said. I thought it was going to be talked about in the Fate episode. From her beginnings as a boy, she's now in pursuit of her vision of absolute cuteness. Okay. So we don't need, Gagio, we don't need to talk about it. I was wondering why people kept saying that Cagliostro was like, people have been saying in forums like, oh, because of her beginnings, that makes Cagliostro trans. No. It does not. Really wish people would stop putting Western standards on games that are not Western. It doesn't work that way. I see it as Cagliostro had no choice but to create a new body. And Cagliostro decided, you know what? I'm gonna be a cutesy little girl. It's really not that deep. People are creating entire forum threads about this one thing, because I didn't see this initially. I had doubts about what people were saying. I thought they were throwing it out of proportion, but it's right here in her description. I had no idea, but there it is. But it's not that deep. If we don't look at it that deep when we see it in anime, I don't see why it's such a big deal to bring up a whole bunch in internet forums. I'm just saying. From her beginnings as a boy, she's now in pursuit of her vision of absolute cuteness. Her true personality does leap out from time to time, however. Yeah, when you're beating people to death. That's usually when the true Cagliostro manages to creep up. And now we're here with Yodara, a laid-back, jolly old fisherman who's content with passing his days atop his mountain home. He was once a famed swords master with many pupils, but that was a long time ago. Yodara time! I just now realized that he might as well be Yoda because it's literally the first 4 letters of his name. Wow, yeah, he is Yoda. He is Yoda. I just realized something. Hold on. Let me go to Yodara. Can I go to character details? Party. Hold on.
Huh? My turn?
Customize. Color. We don't have any Jedi robes, but putting him in all white? I wish they would give him like his special 6-star art costume, where if you look it up on the GRANBLUE wiki, he has like these perfectly white clothes, and he has like a white straw hat on top of his head. It is sick. I hope they add it for him. I really hope they add it for Yodara, but let me switch this back to the other peoples.
What are you waiting for?
Just wanted to make sure that we were straight with that.
Hello there.
Okay, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's begin. The Phantasmagoric Fencer. Also, I love Yodara's voice actor. It's perfect.
Once upon a time, in a land far away, there was a lone swordsman famed for his two-sword style. He became a legend after fighting over 10,000 battles, and the mere sound of his name struck fear into the hearts of his enemies. Whenever he appeared in town, ne'er-do-wells were said to scramble away like spiders fleeing the light. Prospective fighters began to seek out the swordsman, and thus he gained quite the following of disciples. Amongst them, some were so strong they could crush warships with a single strike. One could do worse when choosing students of the martial arts. So the master abandoned the battlefield for the mountains, where he could train his beloved disciples in peace. There was one disciple who quickly stood leagues above the rest. It took her only a matter of days to master the most complicated techniques. She grew at an astonishing rate into one of the most powerful fighters the master had ever seen. But more impressive than her wits or her aptitude was the strength of her conviction. Every day, the top disciple begged for harder training, and the master was willing to reward her passion with the very depths of his knowledge. And that's why... Oh, skies help me. That's why when the master found out his top disciple had betrayed him, he was filled with anguish. She went rogue, forcing some of the other disciples to do her bidding. Eventually, the master caught up with her, and they fought a deadly battle. When the dust settled, the top disciple's sword arm hung limp and unusable. It was a bittersweet victory, as the master knew what must come next. He readied his blade, preparing to release her to the afterlife. But he couldn't force himself to make the cut. Not after all he had poured into this girl. Not after failing her so. Thus, he laid down his weapon and promised to live his remaining days in penance and regret. Oh, how our good intentions cloud even the most prescient vision. Having thrown away his name, his blade, and his path, he set out back into the world, but this time swearing no one would suffer from his tutelage again.
God, you say this is Star Wars? It really is. Yodar's story sounds like your typical Jedi Master who trains an apprentice who turns to the dark side type story. That's exactly what it is! I wish to know more from this man who fought 10,000 battles. I need to know more.
Time passed, and the swordsman found himself atop a different mountain, where he learned he had a knack for fishing. Suited him just fine. Bass for breakfast, salmon for supper, and naps in between. Yep, it suited him just fine. It was the quiet, healing life of a hermit. Sometimes, when he needed supplies, he would go down to the village and train the locals in a little sword work. That made his coin purse jingle again. But this peace wasn't to last for the swordsman. He discovered his top disciple was back to her wicked ways, and, sword in hand, he vowed to conclude her story for good.
Man literally said, okay, I gave you a chance last time and you ain't learned? No, I'm about to bring you to ops real quick. I ain't playing this time. I gave you a pass, but now you about to catch the smoke. I ain't about to deal with this. I'm trying to chill and fish, line my pockets with some money, and you want to act like you ain't got no home training after I gave you a chance? Oh no, we running hands. We running hands.
This was his true purpose for traveling with the crew, though the young captain never suspected the little Harvan fisherman was harboring such a dark secret. The former disciple's latest victim had been a simple man from a remote mountain area, cut down, somehow without the use of her sword. A real shame that one more innocent life lost before its time. The swordsman asked the crew to make haste to the village. When he saw the murdered man's corpse, such was the carnage that he could barely keep from averting his eyes. It was his weakness, his cowardice, that cost this poor man's life. But this time, instead of wallowing in pity, he would don his white uniform of old and atone. He called it his burial garb, and it represented his fearlessness on the battlefield. If he were dressed to meet death face to face, what more could his foes do to intimidate him? Of course, his crewmates tried to reason with him, concerned he might throw his life away to make up for the wrongdoing of another. But the Swordmaster was determined. He had vowed to stop his former disciple, whatever risk that entailed. So, when finally the moment of reckoning had come, the Master gripped his blade, ready to strike down his favored pupil. Before he could do the deed, however, his resolve crumbled. His emotions were too strong, dulling his senses and causing him to lose the match. The Master's former youngest disciple, with his two newest pupils watching from the sidelines, rushed to aid him. Ironically, it was the youngest disciple who struck down the fiend in place of the Master. The swordsman was lost in grief, but his newfound champion told him this was for the best. After all, such an old life deserved the rest of its days to be spent in peace.
Letting them emotions sway you. This is not the Jedi way. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. See through you. We can.
After joining up with the crew, I've had some helter-skelter days, let me tell you. So when we arrived in Zegar Grande, I knew I needed to get myself some fishing done. Reset the old noggin. Found a nice, quiet pond and dropped my line. Bless me taters. Must have been hours past with no bite. Finally, I decided to pull up my rod and check if the bait was still hardy. But there weren't no bait, no hook, and no fish. Only a lonely little bobber remained on the line. Right, well, what about me traps? I was halfway through the search when I realized, blast, I left them in the lodge. What a day, what a day. But it was too late in the noon to go back for them, and I had other business to attend to, like getting back to the pond and staring out at the clear water. In that moment of stillness, the fishies swam out of their hiding spots. There were big ones and little ones, and the whole school of them reminded me of my teaching days. Each of my disciples was unique in their own right. Had me some slow learners and some fast ones, some goody two-shoes and some real punks. I learned me some good lessons from those kids. My top student, Grace, never wavered in her particular sense of justice, and her commitment to her training was ironclad. What a waste. Range, my youngest pupil, lost his way for decades after leaving my tutelage, but he ended up killing Grace in my stead. He was selfless, thinking only of his master. They say the master extracts potential from the student, but I fear I've ruined more young lives than I've helped. Makes a fisherman wonder how they all would have turned out had he just kept well enough to himself. I turned Grace into a monster. Not a day goes by I don't regret honing her skills. Unfortunately, she had the gift and the gumption to go far, and I exhausted all my knowledge on her. If only I had focused more on the why of my teachings rather than the what. Huh? I swore I felt a nibble at my rod, but when I pulled it up, there was nothing to be found. That's when I remembered I still hadn't hooked or baited the line. That was odd. I was getting antsy. Maybe it was because I forgot the traps, but I couldn't relax just sitting there anymore. I decided to pack up and head back into town. You see, the mind is like a creek. You want to keep it healthy, you gotta keep the waters from stagnating. But sharing them too much, and you risk losing all your fish. I decided to head to Sierra's shack and replace some fishing gear, hopefully restoring my brain pond in the process. But just as I was dipping my toes into the placid waters of the lures and bait, I heard a rustle from behind. And to my surprise, they were my crewmates, picking up a package. Said they were bored at the inn and asked if they could come fishing with me. Youngsters so bored they wanted to go fishing? First time for everything, huh? While I was hammering out the finer points of fly casting with the captain, Sierra Carte piped up, said she'd come across a pretty tasty rumor.
Yep, apparently there's a legendary fisherman in the skydom that people have started calling the Fisher God.
I'd heard rumors like this one before, and they always stank like fish guts. Catching 10 fish with one cast, netting a whole consortium of crabs. By yourself? Gah! If I had a fin for every story like this, I'd be a pretty scary sea monster by now. Then again, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't intrigued. There's a scale of truth to every story, so there must be a reason they call this person the Fisher God. Guess you might say my interest was piqued. Because if this fella were half as good as me, he'd make a mighty fine rival. And maybe that's just what I needed.
When you get older, you start to have more appreciation for the finer things in life. You know, just chilling, sit back and relaxing, doing things that relax you and bring peace to your mind. Not like nowadays where everything has to be done for either TikTok or social media or doing things because like, oh, you want a reaction from people. It's all like, nah, it's not that serious, bro. Chill, relax, sit back. Have a good fishing session. You ain't got to do all that. So, I'm going to be using Yodara's Swordfish Terminus weapon for this. I'm pretty much putting everybody's Terminus weapons that I have on everybody. And I want to say the combo booster needs to be at the maximum, so I need another combo booster. And then maybe I'm going to increase his critical hit rate. Make him into a critical monster. Then increase again. Then increase again. Now he's going to be hitting like a monster, doing plenty of damage in the process.
After some consideration, I decided I would test my mettle against this so-called Fisher God. The captain, Lyria, and Varen wanted to help out too. I asked around town where I might find such a rival, but he proved to be as mythical as his title suggested. Rumor had it that he appeared at ponds, peaks, and valleys. The others garnered about the same information, which only further piqued my interest. No matter who we asked, we could not catch the proverbial tail of the Fisher God. All we learned was that he was skilled, able to catch 10 fish with one cast, yada yada, and any new species he caught would be named after him, meaning there were lots of little demigods swimming around now. With only tales of his escapades to feed us, and no concrete info, we grew weary. You can't sustain a healthy rivalry on rumor after all. We needed to change our approach and re-examine the facts. All of the stories were about places he visited, meaning he'd never been spotted in town. With that in mind, we enlisted Sierra Carte to speed up the investigation. Sure enough, after a few days' time, she gave us a map dotted like it had the chickenpox. There were stamps on ponds and lakes, glaciers and volcanoes, and even a poisonous swamp. All of them locations where he'd been spotted. So the old fart got around, did he? Good to know he had an adventurous streak. After staring at the map for a while, I realized there was one place conspicuously without a stamp. It was the most dangerous island of all, known for the molten lava covering its surface. Going off my hunch, Sierra Carte did a little more digging around, and we learned a man with a fishing rod chartered a ship there a few days ago. The chase was on. Move it or lose it, folks.
Don't he look clean with that white? But also, his swords are literally swordfish. Better keep up. He even has the Yoda run, too. He's got the ninja run. And I'm not saying Naruto run, because the ninja run does not belong to Naruto.
That's no good. Did we make the spirits of this land?
Are you really gonna fish in a dangerous place like this?
Of course. We're not dealing with your average angler here. This is a fisher god raft. Now, be careful of your eyes and try to keep your eyes peeled for him.
Okay, but we better be careful while we search. Ah! Don't scare me like that!
Now, if I were a fisher god, this is probably the bait I'd use. Just a hunch, though. Careful now! Those spirits look angry!
Those are the ones that explode if you beat them too hard.
Reel him in! Hey!
Now I understand when he says reel him in. It's literally just a reference to him fishing.
Before we're there. Now hop to it. Huh? Looks like somebody came through here, and they were collecting magma worms.
And mind you, I haven't done anything to Yodara except max out his...
Maybe it's the fisher god.
Very well could be. Give him a hello and see what's up.
It's an old guy. You know, the ones that have the super large mustaches and beards? He's just chilling.
Hey there. Can we talk a minute?
He's just chilling here fishing in a volcano. These jokers move slow when you see them walking around town. How did you get here? Did you leave 5 days prior?
Hey, mister. What the heck are you doing out here?
What's it look like? I'm fishing.
What fish? You might catch a few rocks if anything at all.
We fish, therefore they are. It's the deepest waters what hide the greatest prizes.
The proverb left his lips like a right prophet. This had to be our fisher god.
I still don't get how fish could survive in lava.
And that's your problem.
His answer was cryptic, but it had its own logic. The captain, Lyria, and Vern cocked their heads to the side in confusion. Clear water or molten rock? Cast the rod and catch the fish.
Truer words were never spoken, friend.
Guess I've learned me something over the years. Those unblinking eyes, that unrelenting hunger for the catch. His tools were top-notch. More importantly, however, he had the aura of a man born to hunt the seas. But I didn't come to admire him. May we presume you are the fisher god?
And to what do I owe the accusation?
What do you say to a little fish-off betwixt the two of us?
Ah, now there's a song to my ears. It would be my honor.
And thus, the net was cast.
Yay! Sigil slot. Love those.
Come to view the request. Here it is.
Not trying to take on a quest. Let's keep going. Clash of Titans.
We fish, therefore they are. It was a profound statement. Hang your line thinking you won't catch anything, and you won't notice even the heftiest bite. Determination was the most essential tool in the old tackle box. But then again, we were sat up next to a lava lake, and I would need more than simple chutzpah to pull a fish out of there. Luckily, I had me secret weapons.
Someone came prepared.
Beautiful, ain't they? I strung a special hook, carved from a flame worm's tooth, to a special line, spun from its mane. Been looking forward to the day I can bust out these bad boys.
Whoa! You're really going to do this?
The captain, Vern, and Lyria were stunned as I cast my rod into the lava.
Just what the heck are you old-timers expecting to catch?
Vern's voice was filled with confusion, but wasn't a moment longer when we made a believer out of him. Oh, a bite!
Me too!
The fisher god and I started pulling up catch after catch. It seemed like we both brought determination to spare. But the fish living inside the lava weren't no slouches neither. They were covered in armor like scales, and when we pulled them ashore, their flopping sent liquid death flying in every direction. Was kind of funny. So there we were, equally matched, neither side willing to back down. As our piles of molten fish gradually turned to hills, the captain, Lyria, and Vern were dumbstruck. Soon enough, our swordbacks told us it was time for a gentleman's break, and we decided to tally our scores. We counted each fish as we threw them back into the lava. Their physiology meant they couldn't be cooked. Don't want no sulfur in my sushi anyway. But they sprang back alive as soon as they were returned to their familiar warmth.
Should've known you'd be a shark on the rod.
Just trying to keep up. It was a rare thing to meet your match. The smiles on our faces were proof of that. Vern flew up to us.
Do all old dudes fish like that? If you went for broke, I wonder who would come out on top.
The fisher god and I locked eyes. We could feel the sparks flying.
Sounds like the gauntlet's been thrown.
Agreed. We've had enough of a warm-up.
Then you won't mind if we up the ante, huh?
He told us about a few local legendary fish that had eluded capture for years. Reminded me of the noble bonito from good old Fanta Grande. We agreed the winner would be the first to trap one of them fabled guppies. The prospect sent lightning through me body. The old spark was coming back.
Good to see that Yodara's having a bit of fun. Onwards to the next.
Now I just had to track me down a living, swimming myth. Couldn't be that many lakes harboring legends, right? Turns out there were few eyewitness accounts of such fish. Guess they didn't like flashing their scales as much as the fisher god. But I knew they had to exist. Why would he make up the challenge? So back to Sierra we went. She kindly asked the Fishermen's Guild and scholars to lend their assistance. They told us of a potential target. A beautiful fish, said to have the loveliest iridescent scales in the world. But it had never been caught, so it had yet to receive a proper name within academia. As if to tempt me more, we learned the locals called it the jewel fin. Catching it would be like grabbing a cloud, but the more I heard, the more I needed it. Surely it was a fool's errand. Too bad I was beside myself with determination. A being that existed somewhere between reality and rumor? I had to catch me some of that. Thus, in the coming days, whenever I found a semi-reliable lead, I would fly to the spot and cast my line. Went to salt lakes where a sip of the water would dry you to the bone. Wandered around underground streams where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. And then every place in between. The captain, Lyria, and Vern accompanied me on my flights of fancy. But they grew tired of the pace. I wouldn't force them. I had planned to make the trip alone anyhow. All I wanted to do was find the unfindable, to catch the uncatchable. It was a good sign, honestly. They say anticipation exists right before accomplishment. Take a new sword technique. You only perfect it the day before a duel. A consequence of pre-battle nerves sending your noggin into overdrive. And this fish-off was a duel to the death for me and the Fisher God. It would be the accomplishment of the century for any who lived by the rod. I was having the time of my life. But I knew I didn't have forever. We were in this skydom for a reason, and that mission had to take precedence. I decided my next search would be the last. It brought me to a labyrinthine jungle, which had claimed many adventurers in the past. I heard that somewhere inside was a spring turned monster den. One look at its bewitching twinkle would be enough to drive a man mad, and he'd throw himself into the pool to be swallowed. Relying on those exaggerated claims for guidance, I braved the forested depths to discover not a glorious spring, but a regular old bog. Ugh. Ain't no legendary fish ever lived in a place like that. But still, I cast my rod, and Vern and the captain waited with bated breath as they watched me bobber-a-bobbin'. The swamp remained quiet. I was neither overcome with anticipation nor bored from inaction. I was part of the stillness, and my rod was my connection to it. I was one with nature and leaping liver fish a bite. I tugged the fish to the surface and began to tear up as the most perfect, lustrous twinkle broke the murky waters. Turns out none of the scholars' descriptions were quite right. But this was it. This was the jewel fin of legend.
See what happens when patience pays off. You see what happens? You get blessed. And we're almost done. Then it'll be the final characters.
How's this for a catch? I proudly displayed the jewel fin before the Fisher God. Its scales glistened in iridescent waves, unreal in their beauty. Its fins ethereal and transparent, waved as if kissed by a breeze. That old coot was flabbergasted.
Slap my behind! Where in the seven skies did you find this?
That was a delicious reaction. But of course, the Fisher God was a fisherman of taste, and he had a rebuttal prepared. It was a large fish, obsidian in color, whose scales seemed to drink the light like a void. Its dorsal was strong and stiff, as if to mark it as a sea king.
Whoa! 2 legendary fish? Isn't that nuts?
Both of our catches fit the criteria of the competition. It was gonna be too hard to call. Guess we couldn't complain, though. Not every day we got to see such rare specimens. Still, something had to be done. So we turned to Lyria, Vern, and the captain.
I think both are amazing. I've never seen such pretty fish.
Can't we just say you're both incredible and be done with it?
Guess 2 legendary fish don't make a champion. Especially when we were both set on wearing the crown. Nope, it didn't sit right with me. Our rivalry pushed the craft of fishing forward, hadn't it? There was fire in our guts, and we deserved to name a proper victor.
Ooh, boss time. Hehehe. Whoever it is about to get messed up. Combo booster's already good. I can just keep increasing critical. I know it's not viable for endgame, but this is an endgame related stuff that I'm doing, so it's fine. I'll refine him. I will refine him later. I'm still working on Gondagoza, and he's the character I've been putting the absolute most amount of time in. And I'm still not refined because I'm still missing his Eternal Awakening sigil. Still missing this. I'm getting everybody else's, but Gondago's all like, yes, you will continue to not get my sigil until you learn the true way of the fist. And I'm like, y'all can keep giving me all these sigils, but y'all can't give me a sigil for the character I'm playing.
You couldn't do that. You're making this harder on me because I'm trying to get my sigil for the one character and I keep playing all the time.
Making everything just hard. Why? Why would you do this? Why would you make my life? Why would you make my life hard like this? Why would you do that?
Vern saw the determination plain on our faces.
You guys aren't gonna let this go, are you? Game's back on then.
Lyria pondered for a moment and made a suggestion.
How about whoever fishes up the most happiness? That could be interesting.
A genius suggestion. This island was under Avia's control, terrifying the population. It would be a saintly move to give them cheer with a side of full bellies. It was settled. We would go with Lyria's suggestion. He who could bring the most happiness to the island would take it. After a nod to one another, the Fisher God and I set out to do some real fishing. Move it or lose it, folks.
Gagio, you say you have it. You say you have it. What do you have, sir? Share with the class. What do you have? By all means, please share.
Hope we come across a good fishing spot.
In this blizzard, how are you gonna even see your rod?
Ancient technique. Little dizzy. I can hear running water. You think this here hole has a river at the bottom? We're just looking to fish. What if you want to be a sushi platter? Step right up, reel him in.
The Awakening Sigil for Gonda. I was just messing with you. You say you just messing with me. But everyone knows that your luck for getting sigils is incredibly inhuman. Gagio has been getting a whole bunch of Terminus weapons and Awakening sigils. I'm over here like,
Please, sir, may I have your luck? Trying to get these Awakening sigils, and you seem to be in greater supply than I am. So if you don't mind, could you extend that sort of favor to me? It would only be for one day. I could get a lot done in one day. If you could just pass along the luck to me, I would greatly appreciate it.
And every single time we play together, and he's doing a mission for himself, or we're doing a mission, sometimes he'll get a Terminus weapon, sometimes he'll get like a good awakening sigil, and I'm like, when will that happen for me? I've dedicated a lot of hours to this game. I'm just wondering, when can I have that? I've been grinding, making these characters stronger. Sometimes I've been wondering, when is it going to happen for me? Then I get an awakening sigil, and I'm all like, yes, I feel good. And then I realize it takes more than half of my sigil stock when I use Transmarvel, and I'm like, is it worth it? That's the reason why I've been save scumming my sigils to see if I can get my hands on it. That's how I got EO and Rackham's. EO and Lancelot's.
That spot looks swell. This place is perfect. Let's get started.
Holy crap! Looks like the monsters caught our scent.
Curse their timing. Well, clean them up right quick. Reel them in. They'll burn me as a picture.
This is gonna burn.
Run like a bull.
You reap what you sow.
That takes care of that.
I wouldn't be so sure. Looks like we got a big spell on our hands next.
For real? We don't have time for this.
Yep. And judging by its bad attitude, I don't think it's gonna let us leave without a fight.
I wonder, can I take this in with me? Oh, you're not gonna last long. You are not going to last long, sir.
It's right there!
Now, this here's a sight to sure on. Sorry, Bub, but you're between us and our fishing spot. Reel him in! Yes, an arm all warmed up. Oh, I hope we didn't scare off the fish. Not so bad, was it? Results day had arrived. Residents of Seed Hollow were gathering, waiting to see what bounty we could share.
Feast your eyes! I have caught the elusive brave scale.
The Fisher God took to the podium. The largest fish in this skydom strung up behind him. The crowd was wowed by the sheer scale of the thing, and I was no exception. Should have known he'd come out with rod blazing. But I, on the other fin, took a different approach. Behold! All these humble shellmen who make their home in these very rivers. I sure wasn't gonna win through size, but maybe superior numbers would do the trick. Next, the Fisher God and I began to fillet our catches, sharing sushi, soup, and ceviche of all sorts with the crowd.
The Brave Beam is delicious. And how do you beat that impact?
The shellman is just as good. It's so fresh and it's been served at the optimal temperature. Absolutely perfect.
Everywhere we looked, there were people enjoying our efforts. Even the crew were getting their fill while they could. But since it was a competition, next up was evaluations. Members of the crowd were to vote on whose catch made them feel better, both in flavor and in general happiness. One after the other, the votes piled up for the Fisher God. It was starting to look hopeless. But there was a special reason I chose to serve the shellman. I wasn't panicking just yet.
Shall we call it there, friend?
I gotta hand it to you, Fisher God. You serve some delicious fish. But let's see how it plays out. While I was talking, a cute little scamp, snot running down his nose and everything, cast a vote for me.
You didn't want to vote for the big fish, sweetie?
It was too big and scary. I like the small fishies.
The Fisher God's breath caught for a moment, and I knew he understood my plan.
Nice.
Come to view the requests?
We're nearly there, folks. We're nearly there.
The fisher god bowed his head and admitted I was the winner. But before I could humbly accept his withdrawal, Vern voiced honest confusion.
Looking at the votes, you're the clear winner, aren't you?
Not at all. Without this master of the rod opposite me, these results wouldn't have been possible.
He spoke from the heart. Moved me a bit to hear that he understood me through and through.
It's ordinary fish, ones we consume daily, that bring us health and happiness. Delicacies shine because they're a rare treat, but well-being is built on something more than rarity. Hearing that youngster speak, I understood what Yodarha was trying to tell me. The fact I couldn't surmise for myself is proof of my hubris.
He continued.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, a child's smile will do more for a village's well-being than all the legendary fish in the sea. That's what I should have been aiming for.
A smirk sat on his lips as he turned to me.
Congratulations, Yodarha. Even had I won this competition, I concede in our fish-off. You are the rightful victor. I've learned much from our duel. I thank you from the depths of my heart.
Never in my days had I met a more worthy gentleman. And you, good sir, helped this old minnow rediscover his love of the sport. After the voting had concluded, the townsfolk were still savoring our dishes. Both Brave Bream and Shalman were a hit. The satisfied smiles of the people were evidence of this. But as all good things must come to an end, so too did the feast. Despite the mountain of fish we started with, not a single fillet was left. I turned to the fisher god, a gleam in my eye. And though he just admitted defeat, his eye held the same twinkle. You want a race to see who can get this place spick and span quicker? We were no longer rivals. We were brothers of the rod. And this little competition would tide us over till our next real match.
Yo, look at the attack! Exactly 9,999. I don't think I've ever managed to get the damage numbers to reach that peak. In other games, you couldn't even get it to 999, let alone 9,999.
We were shopping at Sierro's when the merchant herself popped up from behind the counter. Apparently she'd been waiting on us, ready to share the latest seaworthy gossip.
A certain rumor swam earlier this month. You see, people are saying there are 2 fisher gods working this skydom. Would you know anything about that?
Vern and Lyria gasped in surprise before turning to give me a curious look.
Could it be?
You know, I never meant to keep making a name for myself, but old habits die hard, don't they? Sounds like quite the handsome fella. Can't wait to meet him.
And with that, Yodara's strength reaches into the 10,000s. I'm happy for him. New archive entry discovered. Zega Grande Fishipedia. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We only got 3 more characters and then we will have done all the Fate episodes for now. Because when we get the new characters in April, we're going to be running through this list again. Next up is Zeta, a gallant warrior who hunts primal beasts for the society. She often carries out duties with her partner Vasaraga. Though they may butt heads, they trust each other. Let us begin.
When people ask me why I joined the society, I always give them the same answers. To get my hands on sick weapons, because the work was fun, and because I liked busting my butt and actually getting rewarded for it. Sure, the society talked a good game about spreading freedom and protecting the Sky Realm's peace, but it wasn't like I ever set out to be a hero. But hunting primal beasts with badass seal weapons? Sign me the hell up. Too bad there weren't enough weapons to go around. Only the best of the best become weapon contractors. Of course, I knew from the start I was contractor material. Wasn't long before I was making a pact with the Spear of Arves. What a hot little number. Now, did I feel bad for those who didn't make the cut? Yeah, a little. But I earned my position, and no one was gonna take that away from me. It wasn't about becoming rich or famous. It was about proving my worth. I don't like being undersold or underrated, you know? Best part was, as a weapon contractor, I had dibs on the deadliest missions. Those were perfect for showing everyone what I was made of. And damn, did the society have its fair share of enemies. The worst of which was an evil coalition we simply called the Foe, who only seemed to care about sowing chaos. As soon as I became a contractor, I was thrown into battle with the foe. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. My orders were explicit. Eliminate on sight. There were some days when the bloodshed took its toll on me. But then I'd remind myself that these villains were out to wreck the skies. When I wasn't putting bad guys into the ground, I hunted primal beasts to gather their battle data. See, seal weapons aren't just good at taking down primals. They absorb their powers, too. That's what makes our vest so special. The more primals it crushes, the stronger it gets. Imagine how unstoppable I'll be once I supercharge this bad boy. So, to recap, my average work week looks like this. Slay foes and primals, get paid, then splurge all that cash on my days off. Look, if you're gonna work hard, you might as well play hard, right? Before I joined the society, I used to lead a group of knights. It was all fun and games, until the local lord tried to adopt me as his daughter. I never cared for social status, and I sure as hell didn't want to be tied down by expectations. My life, my reins. So I said so long to my compatriots. Was nice knowing ya. But if playing by my own rules was so important to me, then why'd I throw in with the captain's crew? Well, I didn't do it just for funsies. My master plan was to have the crew members join the society too, which would have bought me a ton of brownie points with the higher-ups. But journeying with the crew changed me. I met people from all walks of life, and I grew as a person. I started thinking I'd be better off following the crew instead of the society. I'm a natural-born fighter. Maybe I could put myself to better use elsewhere. Because honestly, becoming a contractor wasn't my main reason for seeking out the society. In the end, I just figured they were the organization that offered me the most freedom.
That's what happens when you sail with the protagonist. You don't always stay the way you were. Main characters are often protected by plot armor and have the inhuman ability to convince people that normally wouldn't join with them to join with them. And that inadvertently also starts to change the person that joins with them. Happens all the time.
So if it wasn't clear by now, I like doing things my way. Which brings me to a constant thorn in my side. Vasaraga, the annoying half of my two-man cell. Considering it was Drill Sergeant Ilsa who assigned us together, I figured she knew what she was doing. Yeah, no. Vasaraga and I gelled like oil and water. Did Ilsa really expect us to have good team chemistry? I think sticking him with me was an attempt to keep him from going off the deep end. Only later did I find out he'd been through some pretty traumatic events in his life. It scarred him, both physically and emotionally. Maybe that's why he can be borderline suicidal whenever someone else's life is at stake. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for helping people. I'm just saying it's 100% possible to play hero without throwing your life away. I remember this one time when we got trapped in a life-or-death situation because of his screw-up. You should have heard the rage I was spewing. Know what he did next? He apologized, which just felt out of character coming from him. Like, even though it was your fault we're in this mess, don't just throw in the towel, man. Ugh, it was so frustrating. Who knew that big lug could be so sensitive? On the flip side, I can't help but be honest. I like what I like, and I hate what I hate. I don't want anyone getting the wrong impressions about me. I might say things that ruffle a few feathers, but I stand by my words. I can't take back what I've already said. Anyway, I'd rather be true to myself than be something I'm not. That's just the kind of gal I am.
Interesting.
It was good to be back in Seed Hollow after wrapping up another easy-peasy mission. Since my schedule was empty, I decided to hit up a cute little cafe for some much-deserved cake.
Hello there!
Some little kid I've never seen before walked right up to me, his eyes twinkling with starstruck awe. He got down on one knee and said,
Will you marry me?
Was this kid for real? Did he even know what he was asking?
Real quick, little boy is ambitious. This boy is ambitious. Man. This little boy's all like, she's beautiful. Will you marry me? You don't even know what you're asking. You are too young to know what getting married even means. Oh, this boy.
You've got guts, little man. Tell you what, come find me in a decade or so, and then maybe we'll talk. I thought a gentle rejection would get him off my back, but I was wrong.
If you walk away now, you'll be making the biggest mistake of your life.
I knew better than to take the bait, but I had to admit, I was sort of curious. Okay, hotshot, I'll bite. Why are you asking a total stranger like me to marry you? At least he had a good eye. Credit where credit's due.
Because I know you're strong. You make stomping monsters look so easy. Oh, and you're really pretty too.
Wow, what do you know? A sweet talker.
And your spear is wicked cool. How many monsters can you shish kebab with that thing?
I should have known. Boys love the heroic stuff. 10, 20? It doesn't matter. The real prize is in hunting primal beasts. Oh, wait, you guys don't call them that. I meant primeval gods. I've got a soft spot for children, especially the ones who hang on my every word. You try ignoring the adorable little scamps. In any case, it seemed clear that this boy was genuinely head over heels for me.
So, how about it? Will you marry me?
Nope.
Aw, come on.
Word of advice, don't spring a marriage proposal on an unsuspecting woman. Catch you later, little man. maybe we'll chat some other time. I ruffled his hair and started walking off.
I'm not giving up.
The tyke knew how to dream big. If only a certain grumpy lug I knew had the same level of optimism.
The absolute stones on this kid. Nice, I get to have the full crew. Now, I haven't really done anything for Zeta. I mean, I made her weapon, but that was it. How good is her critical hit rate? Maybe I should put some... Actually, you know what? Critical damage. Let's put some critical damage on here. Just because. Just because. Did I put too much? Yep, I put too much. You don't need to go over 30. Because it's not going to increase the power any further. Once you reach the cap for that particular sigil... Yeah, you're better off just reducing that number. You're better off just reducing it and freeing up a whole slot. Let's see. Exploiter. Exploiter might be fun. Along with a little regen. Just to spice things up.
Oh! Hi, Zeta. Fancy running into you here. You're just as pretty as the first time we met.
I had started to wonder if I'd ever see the little heartbreaker again. Guess I got my answer. We talked for a bit, and I learned his name was Vaughn. I knew which question he wanted to pop, but I didn't have time to humor him today. A hospital in Seed Hollow was in dire need of medicinal ingredients, so it was off to Fondom for me and the crew.
Okay, gotcha. I understand.
Well, that was easy, considering how he kept pestering me. I didn't expect him to be so reasonable.
I know better than to get in the way of your job. I am a little worried, but I'm sure the monsters won't give you any trouble.
You got that right. I eat monsters for breakfast. Aw, how sweet. The little doodlebug had total faith in me.
Stay safe out there. Come back in one piece.
I will. As I left to meet up with the crew, I made a mental note to pick up a souvenir for my biggest little fan. Sweet. I think that's everything on the list.
Good, because this heat's killing me. Let's get back to the ship.
Yeah.
What the?
Holy. Any sign this place is ready to blow sky high?
Well, I'm not sticking around to find out. Let's keep moving.
Being boiled alive is bad enough. Now I gotta deal with wyverns?
I think the ground's sinking into the magma.
What? Screw these flying lizards! Where's the exit? You're a bot!
That's it!
Can't go that way! Just grab ingredients, they said. It'll be easy, they said. This bites.
Fire spirit!
I'm sorry I ever set foot in this oven.
This should whittle you down.
Heads up, people!
Let's kick it up a notch.
If we can get to that higher ground over there, that should lead us back outside.
Can you pick up the pace? The magma's rising even faster! Whoa! You're burning! I think we're safe here. Maybe.
Man, I really worked up a sweat. At least we didn't lose anyone.
Grand Cypher's just up ahead. Come on!
Ah!
What are the odds of bumping into a golem in here?
Who knew I had so many bourbon?
Ow!
Thanks for making a gal.
I was over here hollering and screaming, "Run! The whole place is on fire!" And then I was saying, you know, it's quite convenient that the lava decides to stop when we get to where we need to go instead of just continuously rising like an actual volcano
Might
would.
make a neat souvenir for a certain someone I know. Yep. Mission complete.
Welcome back, Zeta!
Vaughn was the first person to greet me when I returned to Seed Hollow. He ran over to me like an overexcited puppy. Here, I got you a little something for being good.
Whoa! This rock is crazy! It's all shiny and stuff!
I'm a pro at picking out gifts, if I do say so myself. After all, what kid isn't mesmerized by shiny objects? Vaughn wouldn't stop thanking me. I honestly didn't think he'd like it that much. But in this case, I was happy to be wrong.
It's amazing how you made it out of Fondom without a scratch. You're a one-woman wrecking crew.
Can't argue with the truth.
Anyway, it's cool that you're being nice to me, but I don't mind when you play hard to get either.
Huh? The nerve of this kid.
Are you blushing?
What? His confidence was respectable. Admirable, even. But seriously, get real, little man. Talking to you makes my head spin.
Does that mean you're falling for me?
No, it means I'm worried about your future. Years from now, Vaughn's gonna be breaking hearts left and right. Mark my words.
This little boy need to chill. This little boy need to chill. Zeta's way out of your league. Alright, onwards to the next Fate episode. Slowly but surely winding down.
Hey there, Zeta! So glad I caught you again.
How did he always know when I was in Seed Hollow? He was clueless to his clinginess, and it was testing my patience.
Are you free today? I was thinking we could go on a picnic.
I mulled it over for a bit. A picnic didn't sound half bad. It was a nice day after all.
Oh no. Is this a bad time?
His puppy dog eyes bore into my soul. How could I say no to that? Kids just have this way of triggering your protective instincts. Not to mention they can be terrifyingly perceptive. You know what? The weather's great today. So, count me in. His face lit up with joy, and I turned to my next important decision. What to have for lunch. I didn't have to think too hard about that. When it came to picnics, sandwiches were the only way to go.
This must be the lad I've heard so much about.
A few days earlier, I was in the ship's lounge telling the captain about Vaughn when Vasaraga happened to walk in. So he ended up learning about the kid, too. He listened without saying much. Never was the talkative type, anyway.
Hi, mister. I'm Vaughn.
I half expected Vaughn to cower from Vasaraga, but instead the boy dropped a friendly hello. Maybe he had a strict upbringing.
Call me Vasaraga.
Vasaraga looked at me, then at Vaughn, then back at me again. What did he want?
So that's how it is. Here, Zeta. Take these.
I peeked into the bag he gave me and did a double take. It was stuffed with fruit sandwiches.
These come highly recommended by Vern, Lyria, and the captain. You should split them with Vaughn.
For the both of us. Huh. Call me crazy, but it almost sounded like he went out of his way to buy these for us. I rummaged through the goods and caught sight of one sandwich stuffed with melon slices and another with peaches. Nice. Those are my favorites. Hey, great pickups, Vasaraga. Can't wait to scarf these down.
Go for it.
Cha-ching! Jackpot! Vaughn and I said our goodbyes to Vasaraga, and we found an open bench in a park just outside the city.
You look really happy. Are you a big fruit fan?
I was jamming an ungodly amalgamation of fruit, bread, and whipped cream into my face. I think that counts as a yes. Yeah, more or less. I like anything as long as it's tasty.
Ah, that's good to know.
There was no chance in hell Vasaraga picked out these cute sandwiches all by himself. Absolutely none. Someone in the crew must have tagged along. The thought of him stomping through the aisles of a shop filled with cupcakes and cookies drew a chuckle out of me.
So, are you and Vasaraga an item?
Are we an item? Gross! Is that what it looks like to you? Look, he's just my coworker. I'm kind of stuck with him.
Uh-huh.
He opened his mouth as if he had more to say, but I guess he changed his mind. We ended up having a fascinating chat about bugs instead.
I don't know why little kid is asking like that's gonna change anything. This boy really out here trying to convince Zeta that you're the one for me. Please marry me. We can go on picnics together. I'll even cook you food. And I'm like, bruh, you was 5 years old. You's 5 years old. Even if a decade passes, you still gonna be too young for it, because then you just be 15. I don't know what the age of consent is in the world of GRANBLUE, but I know it ain't 15.
Good afternoon, Zeta. It's always nice to see you.
It was another gorgeous day. Vaughn came bounding over to see me for like, what, the 100th time? Or maybe even millionth?
I wanted to give you something to say thanks for the souvenir you got me. I hope you like it.
He held out a beautifully wrapped box, its sides emblazoned with the logo of a world-class bakery. I didn't know what to say. Kids ought to be spending their lunch money on cheap snacks, not fancy-pants pastries. Are you sure you want me to have this? How could you even afford this with pocket change?
Don't you know it's discourteous to appraise the worth of one's gift?
How do you know big words like that?
Papa told me.
Oh, great. Don't tell me he got his family involved.
I wanted to show you how much I care, so I saved up my allowance. Zero Carte helped me pick a shop that's popular with girls.
Vaughn stared at the ground as he spoke, stealing an occasional glance at me to gauge my reaction. He had put his feelings out there in the only way he knew how. And it was all coming to a head. In a situation like this, I had to be firm yet considerate. I could never live with myself if I trampled over his heart, even if I didn't mean to.
I thought for sure you'd like it. I guess I was wrong.
He kicked at the dirt, still unwilling to meet my gaze. Wow. As if I didn't feel guilty enough already. What are you talking about? This is an awesome gift. Thank you. As soon as I said that, his toothy smile came roaring back with a vengeance. But from now on, you can't give me any more presents.
Why not?
In one fell swoop, he turned my words against me. Poor boy was on the verge of tears. His voice quivered as he explained his intent. He had seen how delighted I was with Vasaraga's gift of sandwiches, and all he wanted was to deliver that same joy. Oh, you sweet darling boy. You've got a lot to learn, but your heart's in the right place. I'd hate to leave you jaded. I decided that honesty was the best course of action. No more tiptoeing around the issue. It's a lovely gift, but I'm worried you're not eating enough to grow big and strong. That's why I want you to spend your money on snacks for yourself, okay?
Okay, got it.
Way to go, Zeta. So much for being upfront with him. I'm glad you understand. Now why don't we dig into this yummy treat together?
Sure. I'd be happy to feed you.
First of all, boy, slow your roll. Good lord, this boy. And secondly, Zeta, stop beating around the bush. Stop giving him hope. He's too young for that type of hope. Stop giving him hope. Just stop. Tell him you too young. It ain't ever gonna work out. I'm too old. It ain't never gonna work out. Just stop it already. Because if I see this sucker show up with a tuxedo saying like, I got a whole arrangement already for you. Would you like to go to this upcoming Zega Grande dance with me? And I'm like, bruh, slow down. Zeta, if you do not stop this, I will.
Why, you conniving little... My hands work just fine, thank you very much.
Fully.
Zeta, you... I'm not even going to put this on the boy. This is actually Zeta's fault for allowing it to get this far. This is her fault. This is her fault. She allowed it to get this far. You should have stopped it before it took root. You should have pulled that weed out before it started to get deep into the ground. Now it's deep into the ground. Sure, you can pull up the stalk, but it's going to create another weed in place. No, you got to pull them suckers out from the entire root. Stop playing. You've let this go on far too long. Far too long.
From now on, I'm gonna prove that we're meant for each other.
The talk I had with Vaughn yesterday only intensified his resolve. I asked him what he had in mind.
First, I'll get to know you better, Zeta.
A little late for that, but at least he was thinking in the right direction.
Let me see. Okay, first question. What's your type of guy?
Typically around her age.
Subtlety wasn't Vaughn's strongest point. How to be compatible with your partner is something you should figure out for yourself.
Huh? But I don't know how to do that. It's faster just to ask.
This kid.
Do you like strong guys?
You could say that. I prefer someone who knows how to fend for themselves. Means I don't have to worry about them as much.
Well, that's perfect then.
Vaughn stood up straight and tall and proudly puffed out his chest.
I'm still in the middle of sword training, but I'm the best out of all the kids in the class, even the bigger ones.
Already outclassing the older kids, huh? Not bad, not bad. I wonder how I stacked up when I was his age.
Now do you love me?
Not even close.
Phooey.
His reactions cracked me up. There was never a dull moment with this kid.
There has to be a way for me to win your heart.
I'm sorry, but that was just too precious. I didn't mean to laugh, but his frustration caught me off guard. He was trying so hard against the odds to win me over. If we were around the same age, things might have been different.
I don't care about being precious. I care about you.
The more he sulked, the harder it became to hold in my giggles. Sorry. I patted his head in an attempt to lighten the mood, but he wasn't having it. Bahamut saved me. His kid was so sweet he was gonna give me cavities.
Zeta, you're wrong for allowing this to progress this far. This is all your fault. You got no one to blame but yourself. Looks like it's just gonna be Zeta this time. I think I'm more than able to handle whatever this is. Let's go.
The air in Seed Hollow that morning was electric. I hadn't felt that amped up in a good while. Time to get this show on the road.
Y'all looking at the dialogue, but can y'all pay attention to the size of Vasaraga's scythe? That thing is huge. Why is the blade bigger than him? Look at the size of that blade. He literally has to lean to keep it. Why is it so big?
Roger that.
Vasaraga had met up with me right on schedule. I sucked in a lungful of the morning chill to calm my nerves.
Good morning, Zeta. Good morning, Vasaraga.
Morning. You're up awfully early today.
Where are you guys going?
He must have sensed something big was in the works. The concern in his voice was clear as day. A couple of rough customers challenged us to a serious fight.
I want to come too. Can I, please?
It wasn't like him to try to tag along. He knew better than that. No can do, little man. This isn't a game.
But I've been practicing my sword swings every day. I can help you beat them.
Of all the days he could have picked to be fussy, why did it have to be today?
Sparring and actual combat are worlds apart. Pride goeth before destruction.
It was obvious from the frown on Vaughn's face that he wasn't going to take no for an answer. I need you to be good and listen to us, all right? We left Vaughn behind and made a beeline for Seed Hollow Castle. We stepped into its great hall, where Magliel and her sword veil were already waiting.
Allow me to extend my utmost gratitude for taking the time to indulge my invitation.
Can the formalities. I came here to throw down, not listen to boring speeches.
I didn't think the castle would be okay with us doing battle within its walls.
Well, no one else was using the hall. Let's just say those who helped with the castle's restoration are afforded special privileges.
This woman, for all her pomp and circumstance, was no joke of a warrior.
I was curious as to whether your weapons are deserving of their legend.
My fellowship prides itself with collecting only the most prized armaments.
Huh. I knew there had to be more to this call-out.
I'll get straight to the point. We are interested in purchasing your seal weapons. Allow me to appraise their performance during our little skirmish.
In other words, she was making us an offer we couldn't refuse. Even though this isn't a fight to the death, don't come crying to me when you get your asses handed to you. Magliel didn't respond. She simply smirked and an arsenal of magic swords materialized around her. I tightened my grip on our vest and took a deep breath. I thought back to all the times Vasaraga and I had cheated death. It made me feel invincible. This victory belonged to us.
Let's do this, Zeta.
Hell yeah! The words were barely out of my mouth before I was leaping into the fray.
Oh, so we straight up fighting Magliel.
Is this a waltz of warriors? On guard! Now then.
Oh, fine. Square up. Square up. Let's go.
Say what you will about her, but she's got plenty of style.
Don't get distracted. She's no ordinary foe.
Close call. Now it's over.
Now
Infinite wonder!
face interloper!
Keep up!
Crucio!
Eat this!
Now then.
Jerk!
Good.
Oh yeah!
Oh, that didn't do much.
Because her magic swords play offense and defense. We need to smash them!
You're performing marvelously!
Oh, really? I haven't even gotten started yet.
That makes two of us. Now that we've limbered up, what say we ratchet up the tempo?
Milady, please allow us to assist.
Oh, I was about to light to you.
I will not tolerate some shameful tactics.
Hey, they want in, no skin off my back. That way we can really cut loose.
All right, then. Your words, not mine. Behold the quintessence of the sword veil.
Just my luck.
Close call.
Rescue from demons. Carved by divinity. Caduceus!
One more!
Maybe time for the curtain to fall.
So you're starting to feel it too, huh?
My. You two ready to throw in the towel?
What a joke!
Stage is set.
If you want to test me, then let's go!
Book Lions.
Jerk! Keep up! One
Get
more!
back. I'll
Keep
see.
up!
They're amazing!
Hold on, Vaughn? What are you doing here?
I'm sorry. I'm worrying about you.
This dumb kid.
This situation is vexing, to say the least. Everyone, make sure no harm comes to the boy.
Yes, but
Yo, wait a minute. The weapons she's using. The weapons Magliel is using, they're terminus weapons for other characters. That staff. That staff is the terminus weapon for Io. And that giant hammer, the Mjolnir, that's the terminus weapon for Vayne. All the weapons are terminus weapons! She's been using terminus weapons against us the whole time! Magliel has been using terminus weapons against us this whole time. Look!
See, thank you both for exhibiting the beauty of Arves and Grinon.
You're not so bad yourself. Most people would have lost to us by now. Great hustle, guys.
Man, I just keep discovering so many new things because I was like, wait, that's Mjolnir from Vayne. Wait, are all of these Terminus weapons?
You better have a good reason for sneaking in here, little man.
I didn't want you getting hurt. That's all.
Oh, why didn't you stay put like I told you to? I said this wasn't a game. There's no excuse for being a distraction on the battlefield. Every swordsman knows that, even rookies. Vaughn fell silent, realizing he couldn't argue back. He just stood there with his head hanging down. Crap. Was I too hard on him?
No.
But here's the thing about warfare. If you're all valor and no discretion, you're gonna end up in a coffin real fast.
I messed up. I'm sorry.
Vaughn looked so miserable. It was like watching a kid choke down bitter medicine. What could I say to soften the blow?
You made a mistake, but your intentions were true. It takes courage to own up to one's error and apologize.
Vasaraga gently clapped the boy on the shoulder with his rugged mitt. Vaughn quickly perked up after that. Vasaraga's like a giant teddy bear when it comes to kids. I can count on him to smooth things over when I get too preachy. No arguments there. Oh well, what's done is done. Me chewing you out isn't gonna change the past. Thanks, Vasaraga. I needed that save.
Hold on, Zeta. Don't move.
He reached up and applied a cool, damp salve onto my right cheek.
I wasn't lying when I said I was worried about you. See? You did get injured.
Hey, even the pros get banged up every now and then. It's not really an injury per se, more like a scratch. I'm amazed you even spotted it.
Just so you know, this medicine was made from the ingredients you collected. The hospital director was really happy for your help.
Sheesh. When was the last time someone coddled me this much over a tiny cut? I had to admit it felt nice. Thank you, Vaughn.
I think we're about done here. Come on, Vaughn. I'll take you home.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say Vaughn had taken a shine to the big guy. It wasn't hard to see why, given the way Vasaraga treated him with kid gloves and all.
You have my thanks for giving me a taste of Arves and Grinoth. You both handled those weapons with skill and finesse.
Damn right we did. You didn't even make us break a sweat.
Is that so?
I got the sense that this weapons nut wasn't actually invested in the fight itself. She just wanted an excuse to research Arves, and maybe to brag about her own collection. Kind of funny how just talking about tools of destruction sends her into a frenzy. Then again, I get hyped about testing my combat skills, so who am I to judge? By the way, I think we deserve a bit of compensation for our troubles.
Oh dear, how silly of me. You're right. I must pay the price for losing the challenge. I suppose I could bid farewell to my precious, beloved Gaibolg.
Oh, come on. Don't make me out to be the bad guy. How about this? Why don't you treat me to the tastiest dessert this Skydom has to offer? Magliel's frown vanished in the blink of an eye, and her tears dried up like magic, though I'm not even sure she was crying in the first place.
Why, 'twould be my pleasure. Did you know there is a hidden gem of a bistro that serves pancakes topped with rare fruits right here in Seed Hollow?
Shut up! What kind of rare fruits are we talking about? She was literally bouncing with excitement.
Cultivated by only the greenest of green thumbs. Each luxurious piece of nature's candy is a crowning achievement of sweetness. The cream of the crop. You simply must taste it to believe the capital's best kept secret.
Huh. So you do have other hobbies outside of weapon collecting. Alrighty, you're on. I'll be in touch about dates and stuff. As I left the castle hall behind, I saw that Vasaraga and Vaughn hadn't got much of a head start on me. I ran to catch up to them, all the while wondering, Does Vasaraga like pancakes? And as strange as it sounds, out of all the missions I'd wrapped up lately, I hadn't felt a greater sense of accomplishment than in that moment.
Zeta, you really need to stop this whole mess with Vaughn. You need to cut this boy off. And Psycho, you said no way, man, Kyushu. No joke. As soon as you said no, I actually said no at the same time. Great minds think alike, because Zeta needs to cut this off with this 5-year-old boy right now. Like I said, she let it progress way too far. You never let it get that far. Do not give them hope.
Hello there.
Oh, we're almost done with Zeta.
After the showdown with Magliel, it was a while before I saw Vaughn again. Hey, little man. I was wondering when you were gonna pop in. How you holding up these days? His hair had grown out a bit since we last talked. I had no idea that much time had already passed. He seemed downcast, as if he had something heavy on his mind. Maybe I could get him to open up about it. Is there something you want to get off your chest?
Yeah, how should I put this? I like you, Zeta.
He was trying to keep his embarrassment at bay, but the way he fumbled his words betrayed his emotions. Thanks. Is that all you wanted to tell me?
No, there's more. I'm gonna get stronger. As strong as you and Vasaraga.
He had a deadly serious look in his eye. Kid must have thought long and hard about this. Is that so? Here was a side of Vaughn I had never seen before. More earnest. More mature. I felt a swell of pride as a smile crossed my face.
Don't even think about it!
Yup. That's why I'm calling off all marriage proposals for now.
Oh? Why the sudden 180?
I just think it'd be better for us to stop seeing each other for a while.
Huh.
It's going to be tough on me, too. But I think we both need time apart.
I did not see this coming. No, don't talk like that. I refuse to let anyone get the wrong idea about us.
But I can't marry you yet.
There wasn't gonna be a wedding anyway. My point is you and I were never.
I'm sorry, Zeta. It's not you. It's me.
Stop! Don't even think about saying another word. He wasn't listening to me anymore. He'd already written his own headcanon. But you know what? It was sort of nice to be doted on. For what it's worth, I like to think I taught him a few life lessons, too. I'd forgotten what it was like to view the world through the innocent eyes of a child. Hanging out with Vaughn took me back to a simpler time. Thanks for jogging my memory, little man. Funny thing is, dwelling on the past isn't my style. Not at all. Living in the now is my MO. But one thing's for sure. I'll never forget the time I spent with Vaughn.
Gaju, what can I even say? Okay? It's Zeta's fault that it's progressed this far. Then the boy has the audacity to say like, no, Zeta, it's not you. It's me. I'm gonna get stronger. So I think we need some time apart. I'm like, bruh, y'all ain't in nothing. Y'all ain't in a situation where y'all need to separate. You's a little kid with big ambitions and small everything else, and you trying to holler at someone who greatly exceeds your size. Yeah, I had to turn my mic off real quick. You trying to holler at somebody who's twice your size and twice your age? Really? But Zeta, it's your fault for letting it progress that far.
Dear Zeta, I'm doing well. How about you? Thanks to all the hours I put into sword practice, the dojo accepted me as a disciple. I'm on my way to becoming a man worthy of your hand. I'm sorry you have to wait, but someday I'll take the stone you gave me to Fulka and have it made into a ring. Take care of yourself. Sincerely, Vaughn. P.S. I don't mind if you see other people if it's just a fling.
You cheeky little brat. You just keep doing your thing, Vaughn. It's funny how you don't miss someone until they're gone. Regardless, I was happy to hear that Vaughn was doing well for himself. It's okay to see other people, huh? That's a good one. It's such a nice day today. The breeze was subtle, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Just as I was beginning to take in the morning calm, a lone figure appeared on the deck of the Grand Cipher.
Greetings, Zeta. Are you ready for the best pancakes of your life?
You better believe I was ready. Nothing gets between me and my dessert. Now let's just say when I arrive in Seed Hollow, and a certain lovelorn puppy dog comes sprinting over to propose to me, my answer to him would be, "In your dreams, little man. Today is my first day off in forever, and I'm gonna party it up."
I'm so happy, Godzilla, I'm so happy they didn't leave that ending ambiguous when she says, like, if I see that boy again and he asks to marry me, my answer will be, and then if it cut to like a black screen. Sorry, had to mute my mic again. If it had cut to a black screen and says like Fate episode reward popped up, I would have been mad. But thankfully, the dialogue was made a way for her to say nah. I'm just gonna say nah. That boy got issues though. How you a little boy and you trying to go after someone twice your age and you don't get the fact that she ain't interested? What is wrong with you? Where are your parents? Where are your parents? This has to stop. It's time to stop. Where are your parents? No, seriously, where are his parents? Why is he out here by himself? Why is he out here doing this? This man has no wrist game. What is he doing? Why are you out here by yourself? Where is your mama? Where's your father? Where's your attendant? Where's your butler? Where is your guardian? Who's supposed to be looking after you while you walking around in this entire city? Why you out here? What you doing? What you think you doing? Stop. Just stop. But we are done with Zeta. Only 2 more characters, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost done with all these Fate episodes. Next up, the Edgelord with a heart of gold, Vasaraga, a draft warrior. Sorry, not draft, but draft. A draft warrior who hunts primal beasts for the society. He gives the impression of being a terrifying monster, but he's a calm soul who kindly extends a hand to the weak.
Foul smell fills the air as my dissolving limbs grow black.
Protect the captain! Get him somewhere safe!
No, leave me. Run.
As long as you're alive, we can rebuild. We promised, didn't we? Our lives are in your hands.
You're not allowed to make this sacrifice for me. Please, save yourselves. I'll never forget the memory of that day. My conceit put us in that mess, but I was the only one who made it. After all the good times we shared, after all the pain, they would have to live on in my memory. Once I could pick myself back up again, I began to temper my body. I swore I'd never let the same tragedy repeat itself. It wasn't long before this husk became resilient, augmented and conditioned to withstand even lightning. I no longer felt physical pain, or much of anything at all. It was preferable that way. I could be a shield to protect others, to protect them from the same tragedy that befell my crew. Having lost my place in the world, I found a home in the society and quickly became contractor to the seal weapon, Great Scythe Grynoth. My missions were simple: hunt primal beasts or exterminate the foe. I did my job so that I could keep people safe, to aid them in their time of need. But despite my best efforts, I still failed. I was powerless when Vern was kidnapped right in front of me. Worst of all, I could do nothing but watch as our hopeful new recruit was cut down. What good was I when I couldn't even protect a single one of my comrades? Maybe the real mistake was believing I could do good in the first place. I joined the society to protect others, which sounds noble on paper, but in reality, it was all for my own sake. I'm the reason that my old crew, my family, found an early grave. It was only right that I spend the rest of my meager life in atonement. At least, that's the excuse I told myself. In truth, another part of me was deluded into thinking I could free myself from the guilt, but only if I could change into another person. Turns out that being immune to physical torture does nothing to protect your heart from psychological torment. Speaking of mental suffering, not long after I joined the society, Ilsa assigned Zeta as my partner. The old me would have worked with her just fine, but too much had changed. Her blunt honesty rubbed me the wrong way. A man can only take so much random commentary before he goes insane. Even Ilsa called her Pupper, which was kinder than what I had in mind back in those days. But it was an apt name, considering all of her barking. I didn't care about forging a real partnership with Zeta. Every time we had a mission together, I just wanted to finish it as fast as possible. But it backfired. Whenever I pushed her away, she pushed back 10 times harder. She was determined to know me. I would have never admitted it out loud, but I was afraid. After all, the closer you are with someone, the harder it is to cope with their loss. As for why I joined the captain's crew, well, I had my reasons. The captain's father was awaiting our crew in Estalucia, And that meant duking it out with primals and gathering sky map pieces along the way. The captain was strong and humble, had a knack for overcoming hardship. With leadership like that, I knew this crew could actually make it. That's not to say they were running a flawless operation. The way I saw it, they had two big problems. Vern and Lyria, the Red Dragon and the Girl in Blue. It's true they were core members of the crew, but they possessed powers which could represent grave consequences for the skies. Should one overflow with astral energy, or the other absorb enough primal power, they would be erased and herald the destruction of everything as we know it. It was possible the captain could reach Estalucia without any sacrifices, but I wasn't the type to bet on fate. These kids needed a shield. This body of mine would protect them all, no matter what came to pass. At least, that's what I intended. During the fight against the Moon Dwellers, I lost myself to the Atomagod Grynoth's power and raised my scythe against the crew. As pathetic as it was, I became the very threat I swore to protect them from. That was why I prepared a way to stop my own heart. I wouldn't hurt my comrades again. If I couldn't protect anyone, then the least I could do was make sure I could do no more harm.
What are you playing at, Vasaraga? Is this your penance after what happened to Lester?
I was fine with sacrificing myself, as long as I could save someone else. A part of me even believed I deserved such a fate.
I hate when you act alone. You could have come to me for help first, you know? We're partners, damn it!
I couldn't feel pain, but somewhere inside I felt like a wound had split me in two. It took me far too long to realize that it hurt my comrades to see me suffering, that I had chosen to run instead of face my fears.
Did you hear me, you big lug? You're not gonna drop dead on us. Not on my watch.
My partner's instincts were sharp enough to cut right through me. But it was her words, honest and blunt, which shattered the walls around my cowardly heart. The pain I should have dealt with a long time ago came spilling out, but this time it was accompanied by a burning desire. We're going to survive this, together. And that's the way it's been ever since.
Question, is there something about Vern that I overlooked? I know about Lyria. Got this unique power to, command and control All right, back to what I was saying. I was saying something about Vern being special, and Gaju, you say yes, Vern is special. I think he has a special connection to Bahamut. This requires more. This requires further investigation. Next Fate episode. Sorry for the pauses. Family keeps coming in and talking to me.
Early in the morning, before the crew was to head out for a request, I headed to the forest surrounding Folka to conduct a test on Grinoth. On the way, I was stopped by the sight of a young girl watering the vegetable garden by her home, the wet plants sparkling beneath the morning sun. But something felt off about the scene. In contrast to the bright garden, a dark, foul mist seemed to surround the girl. Upon noticing me, she scrambled back into her house. The miasma clung to her as she fled. Sorry, lass. Shouldn't have snuck up on you like that. But that odd mist looked too real to be an illusion, and yet it didn't seem to be doing any harm. I decided to keep an eye out. After all, Folka was bustling with the influx of refugees from Tempeel. And there was no telling what could happen in strange times such as these.
All right, let's go ahead and set up Vasaraga. I got his awakening sigil, so now I'm gonna do something. Can I get a couple of critical hit rates on him? Yeah, I can. Don't worry, this stuff ain't gonna be permanent. I'll be moving it around. Let me try out stun power. Alright, let's go. Let's see what Vasaraga can do.
Grinoth ripped through the silence of the forest. As I lowered the scythe, the quiet returned. It was a perfect place for tuning the weapon. At least, it would have been had I not sensed the presence of someone watching. Whoever it was, they had yet to strike, so I assumed they were no threat. Perhaps they were one of Folka's residents. I know you're there. State your business. Turning around, I saw the familiar face of the mist-shrouded girl.
That black armor. Your big scythe.
Her expression was blank, completely devoid of the cheer she had while watering her garden. Eventually, she spoke as tears welled in her eyes.
I'm tired, Mr. Reaper. You can take me away now.
The floodgates broke, a steady stream cascading down her cheeks. Mr. Reaper? What are you talking about?
I only wanted to grow those little ones, but everything I do hurts them. They all rot away. All I do is cause pain.
The girl hung her head and grew silent. It was obvious she had given up on life. It was a feeling I was all too familiar with. Once you've steeled yourself for death, you start thinking there's no other way out. But before I could console her, a monster appeared from the brush and leapt at the girl. I felled it in a single blow, but she gasped at the grisly sight. Fear appeared in her eyes. Good. If she could still fear death, then she wasn't too far gone. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm no Reaper. Most I can manage is to bring you safely home. You'd rather not be monster kibble, right?
I...
Need to gather your thoughts? I get it. Life rarely gives us obvious choices.
Okay.
Keep close. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, but I saw a bit of life return to her gaze. I took a step back toward the village, ready to prove I was no reaper of the afterlife.
Give me a sec, I'm doing something. I want to get this knocked out so that way I can focus. Alright, controlling Vasaraga. Vasaraga works for the Society, a group that hunts primal beasts. He's armed with a seal weapon named Great Scythe Grinoth. To foes, he's the Grim Reaper incarnate. Vasaraga combines square and triangle to create combos. Press triangle to grant the Stout Heart status effect to himself. Vasaraga can charge his triangle attack following a square attack. Landing charged triangle attacks fills the Grinoth gauge, which grants various buffs once the gauge reaches certain levels. And since I maxed out...
Should be this way.
Since I maxed out mastery, maxed out his offense mastery, I now get all the benefits. The tons of benefits for him as a fighter. And of course, we always go off the beaten path.
That didn't feel like an earthquake to me. Path's blocked by a boulder.
Weird. It wasn't here before.
Let's look around. Someone's hungry. Stand back. I'll take care of it.
2 hits.
You actually defeated that huge beast by yourself.
Good. You're not hurt. Now, what do we do about that boulder?
I know another way back. It'll take longer, but...
Fine by me. You take the lead.
So, we're going back the way we came? Little lady, if you knew that there was a way back from the way we came, why didn't you say so? Miss? Why didn't you say so?
I feel eyes on us. We're not alone.
Oh, that's satisfying. That's satisfying.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Using a big old scythe. That is so satisfying. And hitting multiple people all in one go? Oh, I like that. Is that a Skellimans? That looks like a Skellimans.
Try and stop me.
You look exactly like a Reaper.
I guess I'm no slouch with the scythe. Get back. So, what's this whole obsession with death about?
Are you sure you weren't a Reaper?
Even if I was, it's not your time yet. Not today. Upon arriving at the girl's home, I was met by a shocking sight. The thriving garden I'd seen before was now gray and withered, its fruits and vegetables rotting away. How could all the life have been sucked from this place in such a short span of time? When I looked at the girl, she purposefully avoided my gaze. I decided against questioning her for the moment. Whatever's going on, I might be able to help, but we can talk about that later. You should rest.
Okay.
She took an unsteady step through the door of her home. As I watched her go, I felt eyes on the back of my head. But when I turned around, no one was to be found. Yeah, I doubt I imagined that. I spent a few moments scanning the perimeter, but soon found nothing of concern. I decided to call it a day.
Yes, for Vasaraga. More power.
Yes, can I help you?
Curious about the girl and her garden, I headed once more toward the forest on the outskirts of Folka.
I never had a chance to thank you for the other day.
Though she was more lively than before, her spirit was clearly drained.
I guess it feels wrong to call you Mr. Reaper now.
The name's Vasaraga. The girl introduced herself as Irene. As she spoke, I noticed her wrist was wrapped in a bandage. I asked if she was injured, but this caused her to grimace.
Oh, this? It's fine. I just, cut myself is all.
In a thinly veiled attempt to change the subject, Irene offered me some juice made from homegrown fruit.
This is the least I can do to thank you. Do you want to drink some together?
Apple. Not bad. We sat at her table and began to chat. She told me that she hailed from Grossgard, a small region near Seed Hollow. Having just moved to Folka, she was still a new face to the locals. Do you take care of the garden by yourself?
Yes.
Tense. Holding in on herself like a withering flower, she became the complete opposite of the girl I watched happily watering her plants. But it was not her forlorn expression that gripped me. It was the mist. Ever her formless companion, a swirling miasma seemed just beyond her perception. There were far worse things in the skies than a little smoke, but I knew this was more than it seemed. Mind if I stop by again? I could visit between requests. I wanted to help her, but not out of a misguided sense of obligation. I just wanted to make sure she never forgot what it was like to smile.
Wow, these vegetables are very unique. Yes, unique.
I brought Vern and Lyria with me in hopes of lifting Irene's spirits.
How do you make a tomato look like a shriveled bone? That's talent, I guess.
Vern was, for better or worse, brutally honest. Now, who did that remind me of?
Vern, don't be rude. It's fine, Lyria. He's not wrong.
Though she had every right to be offended, Irene took the comment in stride. Our two most carefree members of the crew seemed to be rubbing off on her. Guess it was the right call to bring them. I'm not the best at brightening the mood.
So Vasaraga told us about your plants. You want them to grow big and healthy, but they keep withering, right? Yes.
After a moment of silence, Lyria gave Irene a sympathetic smile, encouraging the girl to divulge her feelings. She began to perk up. Guess Zeta was right. It really is easier to share your worries with someone closer to your age.
Taking care of those little ones is my purpose in life.
She went on to recount how she had always been a loner. From a young age, her only friends were the plants she cared for. Recently, she had discovered that she could hear her plants talk, though she had no idea how or why.
But now, it's like my precious friends are fading away, one by one. I don't know how much more of this I can take.
Not long after she had gained the ability to communicate with her cherished plants, they suddenly began to wither and die one after another. She could hear them wail in agony as they reached their end. It was no surprise that she soon reached her breaking point.
A few are still alive, but I'm sure they'll join the others in no time. If this is all that's waiting for me in the future, then I would rather not live to see it.
Watching the lives of your loved ones slip out of your fingers? I could relate to that. What was she supposed to do? Distance herself from her reason for living? Wasn't that as good as dying? I eyed the black mist. Look, there's gotta be a way to fix things.
What? But I've tried everything.
Squeezing her bandaged wrist, Irene looked up at me in confusion. I did my best to reassure her without betraying the worry gnawing at my mind.
I was so tempted to poke fun when Vasaraga said that the plants were screaming and wailing in agony as they were dying, but I thought, maybe now's not the good time to do that. Later, maybe, but not now.
What happened here? I had stopped by Irene's garden after finishing a request, only to find every single leaf and stem had turned black and rotted. It felt unnatural, like something had completely sucked the life from what should have been a thriving patch of greenery. Filled with dread, I rushed inside the house, but Irene was nowhere in sight. It was then that I noticed a letter on the floor.
To the blasphemer who betrayed Avia, you should know that Lady Lilith wished to bathe the skies in destruction. Have you not yet realized that clinging to life is folly? That living is a sacrilege to all we preach?
So by your first words, first you call me a blasphemer. That's gonna get you one slap. And when I say slap, I'm slapping you with the sharp edge of my scythe. Then you say that living is a sacrilege to all we preach. First of all, I don't go to your church. I don't know I know a little bit of what you preach, but I ain't never been to one of your services. And I don't care. I go to a completely different church, one that preaches a good word. Your word is not good. Your word is not helpful. It is the exact opposite of what I am taught. What you mean that living is a sacrilege to all we preach? I don't care. I don't care if it's a sacrilege. I don't know your church anything. How dare you? But I will be slapping you across the back with my scythe, though.
You have two choices before you. Watch as that forbidden implement spreads darkness to all those innocent folk living around you. Or return to Avia and repent.
Option 3. Here's my third choice. I find you, I kill you, and then I go eat.
So Irene had ties to the Church of Avia, and they'd fitted her with some sort of cruel device. Reminded me of Lyria and the Mind Sealer.
And this is where I tell everyone how dumb I am for thinking that the letter was addressed to me. It's addressed to her! It's addressed to Irene! Irene is the blasphemer. They're addressing it to her. Wow, that's kind of conceited of me to think that this letter was addressed to me. Sorry, my bad. I guess I went off on the wrong person. Still gonna give him a slap across the back with my scythe, though.
If they had hurt Irene like they hurt Lyria... Damn. Thought I'd finally dealt with this pain. But there I was, failing to protect yet another innocent life. Brooding on it for too long wasn't going to bring Irene back, so I left the house and scoured the town. Avia always had a flair for drama, but I detected no commotion in town. Which means, bastards snuck away in a ship. Knowing there were precious few minutes to trail them, I rushed to the port.
Shall we kill them? These humans are very irritating. Yeah, can I take them out?
Oh, I got a whole squad with me. We shall all give you slaps across the back with the sharp ends of our swords. Yes. Hold on, stun power, even though I don't need it at all. I shall still give you more power.
The captain, who saw me rushing to the port, joined me in the chase. Sierra Carte, who was always in the right place at the right time, heard a rumor about an Aviath battleship sighting. We took after them immediately, driving the Grand Cipher as hard as we could to close the distance. Found you. After we crested a cloud bank, their ship came into view. In a contest of speed, a mere battleship was no match for the Grand Cipher. We soon pulled alongside our quarry and boarded their vessel.
I assume you're the draft that's been stalking our new shaman?
Let Irene go.
I'm afraid that's out of the question.
The tension in the air grew palpable.
That device she wears incinerates life. For now, the dark flame only affects plants. But with a little more time, the shaman will consume all life in Zega Grande. Lady Lilith will have her salvation, one way or another.
You call that salvation? Maybe these fools didn't understand Lilith's true goals. Or maybe they were just bending the truth to satisfy their own cruel desires. Regardless, they were hazards that needed to be taken care of.
She shows remarkable compatibility with the Dark Flame. We will use her to fulfill Lady Lilith's wishes once and for all.
At the expense of Irene and this skydom? Not on my watch. It's time someone put your schemes to rest. Grinoth, did you hear that? We've got work to do. Lend me your strength. Take them, Grinoth!
I offer my life
For Lady Lilith! For Lady Lilith! These guys never know when to quit.
Call for reinforcements.
Come if you
We
dare!
stop them here!
There's no end to them!
Rackham, can you pull up alongside them? We need to board and find Irene.
No kid is getting kidnapped.
Oh, this man just fell right into it.
try and stop me! Blasphemous!
Rackle, do it!
I'm on it already! Come on, Grand Cypher, hang in there!
Please tell me I get to go to their ship. And please tell me they have a whole bunch of people waiting for me. This scythe hungers.
Thanks for the ride. I'll handle the rest. Let Irene go.
The shaman shall be our salvation! Defend her to the end!
You reap what you sow. Here's a fun trick.
That was awesome, big guy!
Careful, more are coming.
Good.
Too late to beg for mercy now, outsiders!
Our salvation will be as Lady Lilith foretold.
Do you even know what Irene wishes for?
You can stop me!
What would you know? The shaman has a duty to embody Lady Lilith's teachings.
Guess we gotta knock some sense into them.
Sorry, Lady Lilith. Accursed outsiders!
Asaraga, did you come for me?
You're safe now. Let's get you home. By the time we carried Irene back to the Grand Cipher, half of her body was shrouded in the dark mist. A sinister-looking device was clamped around her wrist, where the bandage had slipped off.
I don't advise using force to break it. That would put Lyria's life in danger.
I remembered what Roland said back on Mount Nagilith. Removing one of these implements by force could cost Irene her life, but there was no time to search for another method.
Asaraga, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble again.
Irene weakly apologized, barely conscious.
It's okay. You can break the bracelet. My life is in your hands.
As long as you're alive, we can rebuild. We promised, didn't we? Our lives are in your hands.
I clenched Grinoth tighter. Irene had already accepted her end, but I swore to protect them. I swore to protect them all! With my heartbeat thundering in my ears, I focused my entire being on the device. Grinoth and I became one as I swung down. We cut through the dark mist, and a burst of blinding light swallowed everything.
I was actually hoping to use a Vader line during that fight, but the context was not in its proper place for me to use it. I was hoping they would say like, "There's nothing you can do. We have you completely surrounded." And I really just wanted to say, all I am surrounded by is fear and dead men.
After some time had passed, I stopped by Irene's home while out on a request. Well, well. A comforting and familiar sight greeted me. The garden was bursting with vegetation, much like the first time I saw it.
Asaraga!
Standing amidst the greenery, Irene waved at me with a smile. I should apologize. You can't hear your friends anymore because of what I did. She shook her head, her smile still present.
No, I shouldn't have let the church tempt me like that. I'm sorry for dragging you and your crew into my mess.
A hint of sorrow graced her features.
I can't hear these little ones anymore, that's true. But I can still tell what they want to say.
Is that right?
Yeah. Sometimes your heart just knows these things.
She turned to look up at the sky, a few tears sliding past her smile.
Like how I knew to reach out to you, even if I thought you were the Reaper. Thank you for saving me, Vasaraga.
Anyone would have done the same. With a careful shuffle, I turned away. A dainty garden was no place for an armor-clad warrior to stomp about. I'll see you around, Irene. I took one last look at the vibrant garden before heading back to the ship. The morning had barely begun when Zeta came barreling over with a package addressed to me. It was stuffed full of fruit, which only confused her further.
Huh? Aren't these Volca gold fruit? Lucky man. I heard their produce is all the rage these days.
Whoops. Guess I hadn't told Zeta about Irene and her garden yet. Looks like the pantry is full. Help me carry these back to my room.
Sure, but this is kind of a lot for a midnight snack.
I figure being surrounded by a little more nature couldn't hurt.
Didn't take you for the crunchy type. Gonna grow your own orchard or what?
She was joking, but honestly, it didn't sound like such a bad idea. Ever had fresh apple juice before? I'll make you some, as thanks for helping me carry everything.
Wait a minute. You never put this much effort into treating me. Is this a trap?
A skilled gardener taught me a trick or two. Never hurts to practice a new recipe. The vibrant fruit told me how well Irene was doing, much better than any letter could. Offering her garden a silent word of thanks, I was ready to enjoy its generous harvest.
And with that, we completed Vasaraga's entire Fate episode lineup. Gaju, you say Vern is sealed Bahamut? Ooh. That's interesting. Also, Volca Gold Fruit. One more Fate episode, everybody. We are almost done. The last one on the list. Id, a fierce swordsman chained to a fate most terrible. He was, at a great cost, able to break and become Volca's local Mr. Fix-It. He carries within his body a fearsome, destructive power derived from Bahamut, which he uses to overwhelm his enemies. Forced apart with his beloved mother Lilith, it can be difficult deciphering his thoughts. Onwards to the story of Id!
Mother said she would bring us salvation. It was a glorious message, and for that she gained a devoted following. As for me, how could I doubt the woman who pulled me from the fiery wreck, who raised me as her own? I thought that together we would save the Sky Realm, even if it meant cutting down any who opposed us. But over time, the sacrifices began to mount. I struggled. My reason battled with my heart, which battled with my conscience. Mother was pure and righteous, but to sacrifice the entire Sky Realm... No. She just lost her way for a bit. She'd wake up one day and see she had strayed. As her child, as her defender, I wanted to believe that she'd change for me. Even at the very end, when I was forced to turn my sword on her, I was praying for an alternative. Any alternative. But she would not repent. And I was confronted with the full force of the atrocities I'd committed in Avia's name. But there was one light left to guide me.
Just follow your heart. It might lead you to scary places, but at least you'll know you're being true to yourself.
Thank you, Lyria. If you hadn't reminded me of my own strength, I'd still be in the dark following Lilith. I swear to you that I will fix even more than I destroyed. And one day, perhaps I will be worthy of your forgiveness.
Cool. First one down. Also, Godshield. Apparently, the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo has been updated to include the Junon area. I just got a notification from from my PlayStation app telling me that the Junon area is up. I think. Hold on. Let me make sure. Hold on. Let me double check. Because it's also saying, like, you can explore the Junon area as well as get rewards that you can transfer over to your full game for Rebirth. So let me double check. Oh, no. It's going to be added on February 21st. Yes. Yeah, it's been officially announced that the Junon part of the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo will be added on Wednesday, February 21st, 8 days before the full game releases on the 29th, and 2 weeks after the demo was originally released. So yeah, it's going to be dropping on Wednesday. Cool. Good to know.
"15 years ago, Dolly fell prey to a violent catastrophe. One that still lives etched in my mind. There was an explosion. Immense and sudden. My home went up in flames, and with it the only life I had ever known. People were fleeing and dying in all directions. The air was filled with screams and the smell of burning. Then I heard it. The soul-piercing roar of a dragon. My short life should have come to an end that day. Except...
Shh. It's okay. Let me be the one to save you.
Salvation came in the form of a kind woman. Her name was Lilith, prophet of the pilgrims of Avia. From that day forth, she was both my mother and mentor. I worshipped her. And the thing about devotion is, it makes you blind.
Tell that to literally anyone who dwells on Twitter and follows a person with too many followers for too long. Yeah, devotion can indeed make you blind. Sad state of affairs, but yeah. It's crazy how that sort of thing still happens today.
Mother had followers in the hundreds, thousands, and my simple child's mind thought, well, if this many people have faith in her, she has to be good, right? I wanted desperately to be of use to her, so I trained to be the perfect guardian.
Young Id, one day you shall be as mighty as I.
I am now discovering the limits of which I should press the button to mute my mic so that it doesn't cut off my words. I should give it like a good 1 second after I'm done talking so it doesn't cut me off. I realize that now. How many times have my words been cut off from my mic? This whole stream, I wonder, and I didn't even notice.
General Galanza taught me how to fight.
You wouldn't want the other pilgrims saying you're riding your mother's coattails, would you? Then you must prove yourself.
General Magliel taught me why we fight. Her training was harsh, but that's how I acquired the makings of a general. All effort, no nepotism. Finally, I had some value to Mother. Her sharpest sword. I never felt happier or more accomplished. I thought we were going to save the Sky Realm. The naivete of it all.
Gaju, you saying that it happened a lot means that it's happened way too many times. Now that I know that, I'll consciously keep that fact in my mind so that whatever I say doesn't get cut off for all of you. My sincerest apologies if I was ruining your immersion whenever I tried to say something and then it immediately got cut off and you guys are left hanging. Sincerest apologies.
After we captured the Shaman of Salvation for Lilith's cause, I was assigned to be the girl's keeper. That made me enemy #1 to the Grand Cypher's crew. Every time I took Lyria to a primal beast altar, they'd be there, and we'd fight. I mean, there was a time or two we had to cooperate to prevent widespread calamity. That's beside the point. They were standing in the way of Lilith's mission, opening the path to the Promised Land to Astalucia, and bringing salvation to all Sky Dwellers. Salvation. It's a powerful word in a messed up world like ours. I wonder everyone got roped in by her lies. Lilith was no more than an astral desperate to return to her home dimension, and she would have sacrificed the whole Sky Realm to do it. I tried to reason with her. Might as well have asked an avalanche to change course. So I turned to prayer. But what are hopes and belief without action? So left with no other choice, I joined the crew of the Grand Cypher to dispatch my own mother. But I never could have foreseen what would happen next. Lilith did something, and freed a monster from within me. The dragon I'd seen the day Dolly burned, with wings so vast they overshadowed all of Sega Grande. Bahamut Versa. But then I learned, Bahamut didn't cause the Dolly calamity. It had come to stop it. It was Lilith who killed my family and razed my home. She'd only let me live for one reason. She needed a vessel to seal the dragon in, and I was conveniently nearby. She'd raised me to win my loyalty and protect herself from the god of destruction now living inside me. But when I stopped being of use to her, she abandoned me and let me turn into Bahamut. I don't know how to describe the feeling of flesh melting into scales, of fire filling your stomach. All human warmth, human blood seemed to rush from my veins, and it was replaced by an overwhelming urge to destroy. It was like being swept away in a torrent. Any attempt to fight it only made the suffering worse. I was so tempted to give in. But the crew wouldn't let me. Apparently, the captain was sure I wouldn't lose my soul battle with Bahamut. So to help me along, they decided to beat on the dragon from the outside until he coughed me up. Yeah, not the most elaborate plan. But it worked. The whole time they were fighting, they called my name, and the sound of their voices brought me back. I split myself from Bahamut, then joined the crew to take it down. We had our losses, though. Bahamut hit me and the captain with a blow that sent us hurtling into another dimension. A man named Roland dove in to save us, sacrificing himself along the way. And that's how we came back to Folca without him. Roland used to be the local Mr. Fix-It, by the way. And I took up that mantle. I owed him that much, and I figured it'd be a first step in making amends.
Halster, it's good to see you. Welcome back. How's the moving going along? We are currently on the Final Fate episode of the game.
And that's where this new chapter in my life begins. Me, as the new Mr. Fix-It. After clearing up some requests, I thought I'd earn some, I don't know, respect, honor, from the crew alliance Rafale. But it seems you can't buy forgiveness so easily.
Ahem. So I believe we're all aware of Avia's assault on Seed Hollow.
She looked straight at me as she spoke. The actions of the pilgrims, myself included, had left a number of locals without homes. There was a plan to resettle volunteers in Tempio. Give them a fresh start.
They're going to be out in the open, moving, building. This includes children and the elderly. Your job would be to protect the settlers until their homes are up. Trustworthy Skyfarers only.
Hey, don't push yourself. You can sit this one out, you know.
Rackham lay a hand on my shoulder, but I shook my head at him. We take it. This is right. I couldn't stay stuck in the past forever. I needed to move on. I needed to help those I hurt move on. It wasn't an easy choice, though. Our patron, the family who was bankrolling this mission, didn't know I'd worked for Avia. And I didn't know if I had the guts to tell them. Yeah, I know. How am I supposed to atone for crimes I'm too scared to admit? Still, one step at a time. Too much of a coward to take responsibility? Fine. I could at least start by repairing some of the damage I'd done. I'd make sure the settlers built in peace. And if one of them happened to find out about my past, then that would be that. I'd accept whatever punishment they saw fit to give me. It didn't matter where I hid or how far I ran. Retribution would find me eventually.
We hopefully move tomorrow, though the past week or two have been horrible and reminding me why I hate moving with the nonstop work, and then the last couple of days not having internet. I understand that. Literally, when you tuned into my JJK stream, that was just you getting data to use on your phone. You just happened to be doing the JJK reaction stream. Wow. Okay, so, because here's the thing. We were so worried about you, Halster, that we didn't hear from you for like a whole bunch of days. Like, Kitty was wondering, everyone was wondering, but yeah, like I said back then when I saw you last, it's good to hear from you. Glad that nothing bad was going on. It's just that you're moving. So you not having data or not having internet to tune into streams, that is completely understandable. I understand that. Hope everything continues to go well, and when everything is done, you get the proper rest from doing all the moving and getting everything set up. Take as much time as you need to return to the fold, because you and your family getting situated in a new place trumps anything I do on this channel. So don't worry about showing up to everything that I'm doing. Just concern yourself with you moving and you taking care of the family and doing what you got to do. It's all good. All right, time to see what you can do. Last character to play for this stream.
So I'm going to give him stun power. How much can I stack stun power? A whole lot, it seems. Let us keep stacking stun power. It appears that I have given him too much stun power.
And I'm missing one. I'm missing one. How dare you, game. Fine. And and then let's give him Cascade. Even though he's gonna pretty much wipe the floor with all characters that try to run up against him. After this, we're gonna rest and sort out getting comfortable, and then focus on getting your left foot back to 100%. Yeah, you do what you gotta do, Holster. You do what you gotta do. Take as much time as you need. Trust me, we'll be here, ready to welcome you back once again. Okay, there's that Cascade. There's that Cascade. I don't have as many slots because I pretty much put all of my mastery points into everyone's offense and not their defense, simply because with these missions, it's not really necessary. Sento Kaishi!
The ride to Tempeel was uneventful. The proposed relocation site was set near an old storehouse by the river. There was water here, and the building could be repurposed for homes. The migrants dragged their feet and often looked back towards Seed Hollow. Most had been born and raised there. We'd been hired as bodyguards, but for the time being at least, all was quiet. Just the sound of wind and running water. Patrols didn't take long, and only 1 or 2 people had to go at a time. The rest of us found other ways to keep busy. Carrying supplies, repairing the storehouse, prepping materials, cooking. Whatever needed doing, we did it. While the adults were building the new body of the village, the children, they were forming the new heart of it. It's amazing how kids can find happiness in just about anything. The world's fresh and new to them. Down by the river, they discovered unfamiliar plants and bugs with funny shapes. In the old storehouse, they looked for hidden treasure and lost stories. Sure, sometimes they got in the way of work and were scolded, but you could tell the adults appreciated having the kids around. It gave them hope. Io and Lyria were their self-appointed babysitters. They called it serious work, but it looked like fun and games to me. Those kids didn't have a care in the world. Well, all except one of them. There was a girl who would always glance my way, pretty much from day one of this job. I say girl, but she was a Harvin, so her age was hard to pinpoint. But she played with the kids more than she worked, so I assumed. Anyways, turned out she was a teenager. That would explain the looks she gave me. I don't think any kid could have been filled with such fear, such anger, such hate. Didn't take much to guess why she had a grudge against me. But she made sure I knew. It happened one day when I was on my way to the storehouse to stack some freight. She was in my path, and since I had a load of boxes in my arms, I almost bowled her over.
Don't come closer!
Her voice was loud and shrill. I won't hurt you. I promise.
Yeah, right. Everyone else might have forgotten you, but I haven't. We're here because of you.
Her name was Shiralu, 14 years old. Parents volunteered to come on this resettlement mission after they had lost their livelihoods back in Seed Hollow. She had reason to hate me. During this whole exchange, I felt strangely relieved. No more waiting in the shadows, trying to work up the courage to atone. Atonement had come for me.
Why are you here? To take our new homes?
Never. I only wished I were better with words. To convey even a fraction of the guilt I felt. To give her even the slightest comfort. Not a day goes by where I don't regret what I've done. I wanted to tell her I was ready to repent, but my voice came out flat, insincere.
I don't believe that for a second! You're a liar! A liar and...
But she was cut off by warning bells. I raced back to the settlement center, where I found Rackham.
Goblin sighting! Get everyone inside the gates, pronto!
His voice rose up over the cacophony.
An attack! But my father just left for the storehouse!
Remain here. I'll find him. I left without waiting for a response.
Come on, just like we practiced. Into the gate!
We'll handle the goblins.
Everyone's safe. Should be. Why we're here, isn't it? Now come on, we got goblin tail to kick.
There's more here.
They're trying the pincer maneuver. Vern, you watch over the settlers.
Got it. Leave
Now,
it to me.
I still don't have everyone's terminus weapons, but I really want to get Id's and Narmaya's and Cagliostro's. Well, frankly, I want to get everyone's. Because if I get everyone's, then that's less farming I have to do for that particular weapon, and I can just focus on building everyone to be strong.
This place used to be Monster Central. Guess these are the stragglers.
Bad news, guys! Some girl named Shiraloo has gone missing! What if she...
Don't assume anything, Lyria. First, we secure the area, then we start a search.
Shiraloo? Isn't that the Harvard girl?
Id, do you know something?
Right, we'll get the search party started. Right after these messages.
Where do you think you're going?
Stay down.
Hey! I heard Shiraloo's near the windmill!
Yeah, that sounds about right. She was worried about her dad.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go!
I really hope that I'm not so strong where I can't activate his dragon mode.
Goblin band over here!
What? Shirolu, where did you go?
Focus on the fight at hand. Here they come.
Must be okay.
Oh, good!
Never face full of fight.
What are they made of?
Bring in the thing.
Watch out for the shooter!
Nice one.
Let me have the kills. Let me have them all. I want to turn into a dragon man.
Someone there? Shiraloo!
Don't worry, we're here to help. Do you think you can stay hidden for a bit?
Yeah, I can do that. Thank you.
There's more. Out of my way.
Wait, I recognize that voice.
Come on. How about no?
Yes.
No! No! I'm too
Looks
strong!
like we're all clear.
I wanted to
Come
show
on now,
off!
Shiraloo.
I wanted to show the people it's dragon mode. I wanted to show them the power of Bahamut in a human being. I was denied, though.
It was a close call, but we managed to find Shiraloo in time.
Everything's going to be okay now. Thank you.
Lyria ran over to the girl. I don't think Shiraloo was injured, but her face was pale, and her lips were tight. It had to have been me. The reason she looked so pained. If I hadn't forced her from her home, she wouldn't have almost lost her life. I turned and walked a few steps. I'll secure the way back. Bring her when she feels better.
Wait, Id.
Shiraloo needed good people around her. What did I ever bring but suffering?
Wait, is that a shadow weapon? What you mean, power of Bahamut? Ah, is that weapon Bahamut? No. No. It's an ascension weapon, but you know what? I'll show you. I'll show you.
Come to view the requests?
I'll show you once I'm done with all of Id's episodes.
The day after the goblin attack, I had an unlikely visitor. Shiralu.
You didn't have to save me, but thank you.
That took me completely off guard. I searched wildly in my mind for a response, but all that came out was... I was just trying to do the right thing.
Look, Avia almost destroyed Seed Hollow, and I won't ever forgive you for that. Do you know how many people were hurt?
I'm sorry. Like I said, words, not my strong point. Is there any way I can make amends? I will do anything. She looked at me for a moment. Her lips working, searching for an answer. Her eyes slowly welled up with tears.
Can you bring back the dead? I didn't think so.
If I could trade my life for even one I'd taken, I'd have done it in a heartbeat. But she was right. Those people were gone, and never coming back.
We can't talk about this now. Maybe I shouldn't have come. Have a good... goodbye.
She turned and walked away. Her voice shook the entire time we were talking. With anger, I guessed. And grief.
Before I continue, CDs, please look up the art for GRANBLUE. Not just for RELINK, but just GRANBLUE in general. Everything for every bit of art from GRANBLUE is masterfully done. Look at it. Look at the GRANBLUE Fantasy RELINK, no. Look at the GRANBLUE Fantasy Wiki, and then look at their character designs. Look at the character designs. There are hundreds. See, CDs, you are going to be there for a minute, looking at the different designs of all these characters, how they draw them, the contours of the lines, the shading, the coloring. Spend some time looking at the art of GRANBLUE. It's going to be a while before you look at all of them. It's going to be a while, because there's just so much of it. But check it out. Trust me. The art design for this entire series, GRANBLUE, both the fighting game and for RELINK, it is God-tier design. Check it out.
But she'd still forced herself to thank me. It hit me then how kind she was. If Avia had never existed, she might have never known the corrosive influence of hate. Our crimes went beyond the people we killed. Even those that survived, they now had to live with the trauma and sleepless nights. It was all so heavy. I was beginning to see that I'd never be able to atone. Not if I had 100,000 years and all the power in the skies. We now knew the settlement was a prime target for goblins. We'd cleared out a band of them, but there would always be more. We decided to tighten our defenses. More frequent patrols with bigger teams. I was quick to volunteer for the first shift. Lyria, Vern, and the captain came along.
Hey, we noticed things are kind of tense between you and Shiralu. Do you want to talk about it?
Lyria kept pace beside me, peering up into my face. What's there to say? My past was for me to solve. I didn't need to make the crew part of my guilt.
She knew, didn't she, that you were once part of Avia?
All right, fine. Who was I kidding? No one kept secrets with these three around. Someone was going to find out eventually. Just don't worry about it. But Vern and Lyria pushed back.
We're buds now, right? Your problems are my problems.
Exactly. We can talk to Shiralu together. This is your chance to make things right.
You know, Sometimes when you feel lost in a hostile world, that's all it takes to put things into perspective. A few kind words. Okay. But there's no half-assing it. Whatever Shiralu asks, we give it to her. Do you understand? I was offered no answer, but their eyes told me enough. Sins are only burned away through atonement. This was the way things had to be. We walked for a while in silence, until finally the captain nodded. And I was told the crew would do what was right.
CDs, don't limit yourself to images on Pinterest. Check out the wiki, because there's a lot. Don't just limit yourself to Pinterest, because Pinterest may not have every single photo, but yeah, trust me, the art, it's amazing.
Days passed, and the demeanor of the settlers when they were around me began to change. Bright eyes turned into cold stares. Open hands clenched into fists, smiles morphed into sneers. They had begun avoiding me, too. It was easy enough to guess why. On an afternoon, buried under gray clouds, the rest of the crew gathered around me in a show of solidarity. I'd recommend keeping your distance. I'm a known criminal now.
No, not Wikipedia. Just look up GBF Wiki. W-I-K-I. Because, well, Wikipedia is not going to have it, but Wiki. That's what I call different. When I go to like different wikis and stuff to find out and learn all these things from like One Piece and Jujutsu and My Hero Academia, I'm not going to Wikipedia. I'm going to the wiki of that series. That's just the same. Obviously, the same deal applies for GRANBLUE because it has its own wiki as well. But that place is just chock full of images of different characters, in different setups and everything. So it's got tons of references for an aspiring artist like you. Well, I can't say aspiring because you're not aspiring to be an artist, you are an artist. So for an artist like you, there's thousands of reference material for you to get from there.
I stared ahead of me into empty space. Maybe Shiralu had told the others about me. Maybe she hadn't. What did it matter? The truth was bound to come out eventually. This was justice.
But Ed, you didn't hurt anyone because you wanted to. You were being controlled.
The captain knelt beside me and pointed out excuses I'd rehearsed in my mind a million times before. That as a child, I couldn't have known the difference between right and wrong. That as an adult, I was blinded by my love for Lilith. That in choosing to turn against my family for the sake of the skies, I had sacrificed the most. Yeah, I had misguided intentions. So what? If that were a real defense, we wouldn't have any villains, would we? I deserve to be judged for my actions, and my actions alone. They all fell silent after that.
This dude is going through it, ain't he? This man is going through it. I highly doubt I'm going to be able to show off his dragon mode in this boss fight as strong as Charlotta, Rackham, and Eugen are. Especially Eugen, considering I don't have all of his slots unlocked. But, well, we're going to do it anyway.
Shiralu found me during one of my patrols. She stood in front of me, fidgeting with the cloth of her skirt.
I'm sorry. I only told one person and then somehow everyone found out.
With all due respect, save your apologies. Looking back, I realize I should have chosen my words more carefully. Something like, you don't have to apologize. All you told them was the truth. You know, something a person with a heart would have said.
No, you don't get it!
Yeah, she had a right to be upset. Only I could have sounded so accusing when what I really meant to say was, it wasn't your fault.
Just tell me one thing. Did the church really brainwash you? And did you really have to fight your own mother?
What? Where'd you hear about that?
Your friend told me. The captain.
Of course. The captain promised me the crew would do what was right. Guess that meant giving my whole backstory to Shiralu.
Anyways, it doesn't matter where I heard it. What matters is whether it's true or not. So...
why did she need to know? Would my good intentions bring back the dead? Shiralu knew the answer to that as well as I did. My past is no excuse.
So it is true. You're a victim. Just like us.
No. I was the perpetrator. I had to be the perpetrator. How else could I explain the guilt that sat on my chest? It made it hard to breathe. But before I could say any of this, I was interrupted by the shrill ringing of warning bells. What's going on? Just as before, Rackham was making rounds to explain the situation.
It looks bad. Our supply runners are under goblin attack.
Supply routes were the lifeline of any settlement. They needed to be cleared immediately. I'll head out now. Shiralu, find your family and get to safety.
Okay, I won't leave the village this time.
Good. I met up with the others, and we left for battle.
Yeah, CDs, I told you was gonna have a field day. Not just with characters, but weapons as well.
No problem. Goblin Hunter's my middle name.
Less talking, more fighting. Wow.
Reinforcements.
Bring out your
I
dead!
think they still had hordes in reserve.
This looks bad! More goblins are headed for the village!
What? Now? We can't abandon the supplies.
Oh, so we have to kill them all.
Can you handle things here?
Sure can. You just worry about getting to the village in time, you know, boys.
All right, kid, let's go! Come on, bud. We're almost there.
Did we kill them all?
Okay.
I don't like to leave enemies unkilled. Did we kill all of the goblins that were up there? No, we didn't. They're still alive.
Hey, bud. I don't think there's any butt left to kick around here.
I see it, though. What you mean there's no one to kill? They're all up there. They must taste my blade.
What the? They've overrun the place.
There's less than I thought. Perfect.
Where are those Skyfarers? I'm so scared.
Someone's here. It's Id.
Stay inside. Don't come out until I say so.
You're planning to fight them alone? But you can't win. You've never seen Id when he's serious. He'll be fine.
What's going to happen to us?
Cranking leg.
Watch out!
Perish.
Make on fire! Good way. Try to keep you from far away.
I know that Avia robbed us of our old homes. Right now, it's fighting to protect our new ones.
All I wanted was to protect people. I know I've made mistakes in the past, but I have changed. And I'll prove it.
Facing all those monsters. Your eyes.
It's dragon time.
We wouldn't be in this situation.
There's still more of them.
Oh, crap! Now I'm getting worried.
I can do this!
Don't! We're goblins!
Why are you cheering him on?
Listen to me. It might have done some terrible things in the past. Look at the person who's out there right now. He's risking everything to save us. Is that what a villain does?
You're right. I never forgive the Church of Avia, but it's no longer one of them.
He helped build this village, and now he's protecting it. That means he's become one of us.
I believe in Ed. He's our last hope.
Please, Ed. Pull through. We're counting on you.
To protect them, I have to!
Whoa, that's insane. He's powered up.
I've seen too many holes burned in my life. I won't let it happen here!
You can do it, Ed.
We're all cheering for you, Ed. Don't look too far.
Try the left hip.
Oh, that's cute, but he ain't gonna make it. Oh, that's cute, but he ain't gonna make it. Bring out your dad!
Please win this.
Right. All I need is 90 seconds.
I still can't believe he's out there. All alone.
Come on, Ed. You got this.
And of course, he gets access to like his God Might mode after his Dragon mode is done. So not only that, he gets access to a buff after his transformation. It's sick.
My sword cut clean through the last goblin. It's over. As I pulled my blade clear of its flesh, it trailed an arc of blood through the air. I felt the settlers behind me, watching, judging. You see, I thought, this is the kind of monster I am.
I can't believe it! You did it, Ed! You really did it!
Shirlow broke the silence with the cheer. For me, I had to say something. The goblins are gone. All at once, the migrants rushed me. Hands took hold of me and lifted me into the air.
Those were fearsome odds, but you pulled through.
You saved us. Thank you, Ed.
These people knew I had destroyed their homes. So why were they rallying to me?
Sorry I'm late. What'd I miss?
The crew was now filing back into the village. They gazed up at me open-mouthed. I'm sure I looked back at them with pretty much the same expression.
Oh, nothing. Just Ed single-handedly annihilating a goblin army.
The settlers finally put me down and began telling exaggerated accounts of the battle. I tried to take the opportunity to slink off and find conversation with something more my level. Maybe a tree or something.
Hey, just where do you think you're sneaking? Is our resident bad boy feeling shy?
I shot Rackham my nastiest look, but only because he had guessed the truth.
You should be proud, Ed. You saved everyone here.
Come on, Lyria. It had to be obvious that I wanted to be left to myself. Truth was, I didn't think I deserved all this praise. So I saved a small settlement. Great. Guess we'd forgotten I've also raised entire cities. The captain strolled up to me and, after elbowing me in the ribs, asked, how was it to fight for the good guys? That, I had an easy answer to. Not bad, I said. Not bad at all.
See, this is how a villain atones. Also, Id, so his name is Identification. No, I was gonna say his first name is Id, and then his last name was Iat. First name Id, last name Iat. But, you know, he's already dealt with enough hardships already, you know, being chained up like Broly. Having a collar put on him by Broly by Lilith. So, you know, I'm cutting him some slack. Plus, the dude can turn into a walking humanoid version of Bahamut. So I'm not messing with him. We're almost done, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 more, and then all Fate episodes will be done. We're almost done.
The morning after the second goblin strike, the sun rose on a quiet scene. The river glinted gold. The grass stirred in the breeze. The migrants came with our breakfast and a peace offering.
Avia attacked our homeland. We'll never forget that pain. But you proved yourself a true ally yesterday.
Everyone saw you risk your life for us. You've earned our trust.
They seemed to be leading up to something, so I asked with my usual eloquence. And...
Well, if it's all right with you, we'd like you to stay and protect our fledgling village.
I could not believe my ears. No. I'm not the person for the job. I've committed atrocities.
Ed.
Lyria's voice sounded from behind me. I turned to see her smiling. You're right. She hadn't said anything, but I got the message. I had spent these past few weeks looking for punishment, hoping it would somehow numb my guilt. But how was my pain supposed to help anyone? I had become the new Mr. Fix-It. I was going to dedicate my life to helping more people than I hurt. That was the best. The only way to atone.
What's wrong, Ed? You look like you've gone into brooding overdrive.
What? No, I'm happy.
Buddy, you ever heard of a smile?
At this, the crowd laughed. I raised the corner of my lips, as if testing them. This made the crowd laugh harder.
Sorry to interrupt, but could I have a word?
It was one of the soldiers from the supply force.
As some of you may already know, we weren't only responsible for transporting supplies, we were also tasked with assessing the resettlement effort. And I think it's no stretch to say the local monster presence is deadly. I'll have to ask the higher-ups to consider relocating.
Shiralu answered before I could.
Not a problem. We've got a beast-slaying Mr. Fix-It on our side.
I really am happy for him, though. He's actually finding his place in the world and not being told what his place is by Lilith. Now for the final Fate episode. The final one.
As the local Mr. Fix-It, I've had a finger in every pie. From furniture repair to monster extermination to marriage counseling, I've seen it all. Though I admit the counseling did not come naturally to me. Still, I wanted to help in any way I could. I owed the skies that much. A new request came in today. From an old friend.
Ed, was it my imagination, or did I see you crack a smile?
Lyria materialized at my shoulder and tried to read the forms in my hand. Yeah, work's been nice. I handed her the papers. And there, written in plain view, was the name of our latest patron. Shiralu.
Fate can't wait. Complete all characters' Fate episodes, including their epilogues. New archive entry discovered. Request for Mr. Fix-Id.
All right, see you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We completed every single Fate episode for all characters. That massive hurdle I really wanted to show to you guys. I wanted you guys to experience these characters, every single one of them, and their stories, who they are as individuals. You get like a good, with all these Fate episodes, you get like a good sense of who these characters are. And I have to say, they were well written and they were well voice acted. And the fact that they were all voice acted just shows you how far Cygames is willing to go to make sure this game is packed to the brim with quality. And I have to say that even just this little bit, and it's just something that you see in games a whole lot, but here, when the game is already fantastic on every single avenue, this just increases its overall value. This is a $60 game, and you got other games out there charging you $70, and they are low effort. They are low bar. You got your Skull and Bones. You got your what's another game that's out right now that tried to make a name for itself but failed? Not Suicide Squad. Let's leave that one out because I'm having fun with that one. But in comparison to a lot of games that try to boast a high price range for their game and tell you that it's or like how that Ubisoft guy said, like, oh, our game is quadruple quality, and you got people saying like, no, it's not. This is a $60 game, and it shows qualities that should be in every single game. Replay value, good gameplay. I haven't run into any technical issues, though the matchmaking has recently been a little bit of a concern due to the recent patch. But it's a small issue. It's not like it's hard for me to find parties in order to do missions. It's just that everyone's trying to do the Tale of Bahamut mission so they can get all the Terminus weapons, and no one's really doing any missions lower than Proud. So that's just a thing. That's a thing, but it happens. That sort of thing happens. When you get people who are farming the high-end end-game boss stuff, that's pretty much where everyone is going to stay. But that's an incredibly minor thing. But overall, this game is a game of quality that other games should replicate. Other games should replicate what other games for future anime games should replicate what GRANBLUE is doing. I know I said this often, but this game is absolutely amazing. And it's no surprise that I sunk almost 200 hours into this game. I've been playing this game every day. Every day. This game has dominated a lot of my gaming life for the past couple of weeks. And I have to say, my overall experience with playing this game has been nothing short of fantastic. And, well, obviously I'm going to keep playing. I got those Terminus weapons to get. I got those Mastery Sigils to get my hands on. Matter of fact, since we've been doing some missions, I'm going to save right here. Let's see if we can get some Awakening Sigils here on stream. Let's see. Let's see.
If you've got the vouchers, I guess it's wonderful.
Okay, so that's not the one I'm going to be using. Let me save my game again. I really want Vasaraga, not Vasaraga, I really want Gondagoza's Awakening. I got 1 point. I need an Awakening. Kitty! Heyo! Good to see you! We've just completed all of the Fate episodes. And normally I'd be saying like, well, this is the end of the stream, but I'm continuing just a little bit more because I'm trying to see if I can get my hands on an Awakening Sigil. awakening after spending 30 sigils! Why couldn't it be fewer? This is Cagliostro's awakening. Why would you do this? Why would you give me Cagliostro's awakening sigil so far down my sigil ladder? Now, I'm gonna take a picture of it so that it's, you know, proof that I managed to get my hands on it. Okay, now, here is Rosetta's awakening. Okay, so here's my thing. I'm getting sigils that give me, that end in awakening, and I'm getting sigils that end in soul. Is that different from awakening? Because this belongs to id. But why is it so far down the ladder? Wait. Is it repeating? It's repeating. Now that I know, I'm gonna exit without saving so I can get my sigils back. Because it's based on RNG, but the sigils you get is randomized every time you complete a mission. You're exhausted, so tired. Kitty, if you need to get some rest, by all means, do so. Don't let me hold you up.
Wonder what kind of sigil we'll see today. Don't be a stranger.
Incredible.
Yes, can I help you? Right.
All right, let's take on a mission. Actually, you know what? I need to get my hands on some more Silver Centrum. So let's take on a mission that will give me them.
Would you take this one? It's in your hands now.
Being here is a change of pace? Aww. Well, thank you. All right, let's take on Galanza. Hopefully I can get myself a Silver Centrum because those Terminus weapons upgrades, especially when you awaken them, oh, they get expensive.
Forget all our past matches. The only thing you have to worry about now is avoiding certain death! No! Let us rebel! This is perfect! I you reap what you sow!
It's the big one!
I like it! Follow me!
Sorry, not sorry.
Mr. Fury! That's what I'm talking about! The rage is eternal! You said it! Martial Spear! Now time for battle!
Well, I'll be.
Keep breathing, I'm coming!
Oh no! 3 of your pets have died this week and all have been killed. Someone threw out rat poison. Why? Why would you throw it out? In the neighborhood you don't have pets. Why would you risk?
This is gonna burn. Got him! Nothing beats a holy night.
Of course! Our hearts are pure and our cause just.
Iron shoulder! Well, into my trap. It's been a blast. It's gonna take real guts to survive this assault. Watch closely now. I like got you in my
How is my AI surviving better than me? I don't even have them optimized.
Now this is firepower.
Well, so much for getting that third objective. Oh, you serve papers? Yes. Good. How?
Just breathe for me.
Hang on.
I normally don't play this horribly. Then again, I don't fight Galanza all the time. I've mostly been fighting Proto-Bahamut.
That was one heck of a fight, but I knew I could count on you.
Will you at least give me a Silver Centrum?
Oh, very nice.
You couldn't even give me pity loot?
Behold, true ferocity.
No, I'm repeating this. No, I'm not about to be disrespected like that in front of my friends. Not in front of my audience.
Forget all our past matches. The only thing you have to worry about now is avoiding certain death. You stand into my trap.
Well, look at you!
Bring
Ever tasted lead?
Let me in!
You are most reliable!
Couldn't have said it better myself.
The way of the fist is the way of
Ow. Also, Toon, yo to you as well. I tried to time that dodge. I need to perfect it. Hold up, Kitty, you said this is the same person that deliberately tore up the fence you put up? Person has no respect? First of all, if you putting up a fence for your property, that person is not allowed to touch it. So not only is this person pretty much... Isn't there a law that says that you cannot do anything to another person's house? Especially when it's on your property? Let somebody try to come over to my house and try to take stuff up and touch anything that I got, especially around my house. Let me see him. Let me see him. That's property. Yeah, that's property damage. If they're messing up your fence that you put up and it's on your property, that is property damage. That's why you serve papers and taking them to court. They don't have an excuse. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. That's how you get sued. Been dealing with it all week. This person has been wrecking the fence you keep putting up on your property. Why? Why do they keep tearing it up? Did they ever say why, or are they just doing it when you're not there and you come home and you see that your fence is tore up? You know, like a coward would. Oh, they're not here, so let me go ahead and tear it up since no one's at the house. People are sick. That's disgusting.
Never has been
Because it's blocking the view? View of what? Just because it's blocking their view doesn't mean they get to touch it. Your stuff that's on your property is bothering me, so I have the right to mess with it because it bothers me, even though it's not my property. What sort of idiot? Oh, and the fact that you got them on video? They don't have any excuse. Yep, I knew I was gonna get hit by that. And everyone is just casually dodging, but I'm the only one holding them back. I was just about to slow him too. How? I got clipped unnecessarily.
Blazing fist of the red lotion! All right, you want this one.
That was one heck of a fight, but I knew I could count on
Neighbors
you.
like that are disgusting. They didn't, and yes, they didn't while we were, they did it while we were away because this person knows that my property line is hard when I'm home. Cross my line with bad intent and see where you end up. So, like the cowards that they are, they wait until you're away from the house to do destruction, to do property damage to your house. But what the idiot doesn't realize is that you caught them on camera. That is so dumb to me.
Impossibility.
What do you... Are you so... Do you have your head so far up your own behind that you think that just because you don't... First of all, when it comes to being in a neighborhood, the only thing you have jurisdiction over as a property owner is your property. You don't have no say over your neighbors. So if they got something in the way, it's not on you. You don't have the authority to touch anything that's on their property. Like, say, for instance, we put up some flags, like some regular wooden stake flags that, you know, like garden flags and stuff. Say we put it up near our walkway, and our neighbor doesn't like it. So they take it, and then they pull it up out the stakes. There will be no serving on no papers. There will be serving of hands. What are you doing over on my property, touching my stuff? Who are you? Is your last name redacted? Yeah. Is your last name on this property? What are you doing over in my yard? What are you doing touching my stuff? If I put a fence up over where my property is, why are you touching it? It's not blocking your view. What view is being obstructed? It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter what the view is. It doesn't matter what the view is. Once you start touching property and you start destroying it because you don't like it, that's an issue. But I mean, I'm saying all this because of the property damage, and this is also the same dude that put out rat poison and threw out rat poison that wind up getting 3 of your pets killed. So that already is like the 3rd strike. If he was on 1 strike, then he's at the third and final strike already. That's ridiculous. Property damage and what would you call it? What would you call it? A hostility towards another person's pets? What would you call that?
Come to view the requests? Right.
Yeah, Psycho. Yeah, Kitty is like one of the nicest people ever. So for this to happen to her, she didn't deserve all that to happen to her. But what's about to happen to this dude, though? This neighbor of theirs, though? No, they deserve it. They deserve it. That's unbelievable. I'm so glad we ain't got no neighbors like that. How do you throw out rat poison accidentally? Oh, my thing is, if it was thrown out, my thing is, when you throw out trash, you're supposed to put it in a bin. Where is this stuff you thrown out? How is it so easily accessible to other people's pets? Do you just have it sitting out?
You're not sure. Well,
Are you too lazy to put it in a bag or double it up so that it doesn't get exposed? You know you live in a neighborhood with people's pets? Oh, you're not one to throw hands, but you have a license for arms. Ah, I get what you mean. Wink, wink. But of course, they wait while you're... Of course, they wait while you're away. That's ridiculous. Cowards. That's disgusting.
this one. Yes, please be careful.
The audacity of idiots that somehow managed to get the ability to own a house. I'm just trying to get my hands on the Silver Centrum. I'm already past the limit of when I normally stream, so...
Come, let up this rebel! Ready to face the music? Heads up, people! Iron shoulder! The cold burn will give us fire ice! Like that! You reap what you sow! This should win me now! That way! You said it! There's my backup! Ready for battle!
Right behind you.
We didn't do half bad, did we? No. The voice of my gift. The soul burns with fury.
Take that!
Listen!
Now! You
So your finger is itching.
into my trap! Clever as the snake.
Of course. What did you expect?
The end. The soul. Lord, hands up! You said it. Strength. Into the
Oh,
rage time.
be quiet, beast, and die!
We sure showed them!
Rock, puzzle, fire!
Alright, time to claim these rewards. We didn't enter link time, and we didn't destroy the head unit.
Very nice.
But we got a silver centrum! Yay, success!
Behold! True ferocity!
And that only took 1 minute and 44 seconds. And of course, I'm the MVP. Ooh, I got a ton of curios. You know what? We're gonna open up some curios and then I'll call it a session there.
Yeah?
So now we need to go to Seed Hollow.
Looking for that special loaf? Look no further. I've got all sorts of items.
Also, you say, unfortunately for you in the UK, the only weapon you have is a wooden baseball bat. Did ask for a harder one like a metal one or something, but your mom refuses, saying the wood one is good enough. Yeah, you're good. You're good with a wooden bat. I have yet to see a single human skull that can withstand it without repercussions, so I think you're good. And Kitty, you say you put the kids up with a good friend for the week while you deal with the nonsense? Ah, I completely understand. I keep forgetting I can just fast travel to Zathba. Okay, so I have... Let's see how many curios I have. I have 68 curios. I have 68 of these. Let's see if we can get something good from appraisal.
I smell money. Wow, this is a gorgeous piece.
Okay, critical damage. Break assassin. Throw. Exploiter. Untouchable. Break assassin again. Enmity. Oh, we got something new over there. Material. Potent greens. Hold up, what's potent greens? This is new. Less is more 5, that's a new one. But what's potent greens? What's potent greens? Whole bunch of money. Can I get another war elemental or supplementary damage, maybe? Can I get one of those? Uplift, potion hoarder. Glass cannon, no. Okay, so the newest thing I got was less is more 5 and potent greens. Interesting.
You find something shiny, you bring it to me.
Okay, let's see what this potent greens actually is. Okay, potent greens. What does this skill do? Removes all status ailments upon using a green potion. Adds an additional debuff immunity effect to green potion usage if 2 potent greens are equipped. That's interesting. Not along the lines of a sigil that can make it so that I can dodge. I can do perfect dodges or perfect blocks better. But it's interesting all the same. All right, let's get to the blacksmith. Well, not the blacksmith, but Sierra, because she's the one that I awaken my terminus weapons at. So let me just show you what I got to go through in order to upgrade Gondagoza's weapon. So I'm at 5. I'm at his awakening level 5. I got 5 more to go, but it costs a lot of boss stuff. So now I need to fight Furikin Nahila in order to get the materials that will bump up the damage and increase my damage cap skill that's on it as well. And it gets like an additional skill once I completely max it out. So that's going to take a minute. But yeah. I think we accomplished everything I was set out to do today, which was all the Fate episodes of all characters. And now that we've resolved that, now I can fully devote myself to leveling up more characters, trying to find their sigils. Matter of fact, since we did a mission, the sigils should be mixed around now. Because they change every time you do a mission. They should be mixed around. Let's see if we can get a good awakening this time.
If you've got the vouchers, I've got the sigils.
Wow, Crimson's Awakening. Who does this belong to? This belongs to Zeta. But why did it take so long for me to get to this? I couldn't get it like within the first 5. Within the first 5 tries, I couldn't get it. Swordmaster's Awakening. This looks like Yodara's. But it's still, the number's still going down. Oh. Oh, no, kitty. The youngest kept asking me why Wolfie wasn't moving when we got home from school. Never had more self-control than I did Saturday. Broke your own rule and lied. Oh. Oh, kitty, I'm so sorry. Let this man suffer in court. Let him suffer. Dragon Slayer's Awakening. I think this belongs to Siegfried? Yeah, it does. But it's taken so many of my sigils just to get 3 different awakenings. How dare you tease me with a Gondagoza sigil? But it's only one part. It's not even a Gondagoza awakening one. Still no Gondagoza one. Ah, well. I'll just do another mission and try and re-roll again. Kitty, I am so sorry that all of this has happened to you recently. My condolences for you and your pets. And when this guy gets in court, I hope they throw the book at him. Because this, not only did you have to deal with property damage, but also, because of him, your pets were poisoned. And now, you've lost them because of him. Because of them. Because of them. I don't know if it's a guy or not, but because of them. So, I hope everything works out in your favor. I pray that everything works out in your favor against him. And I'm looking forward to some really good news concerning this entire situation. But ladies and gentlemen, this is where I'm going to call it a session for today. I spent more than enough time playing with the Fate episodes, and it took up a whole bunch of time. But I'm glad we got done with all the Fate episodes. Now I can completely focus on farming and playing as the other's characters, so I can make them stronger and get all their Terminus weapons, and prepare them for Lucilius, who is dropping next month in March. Just know that Lucilius he's basically a god, and fighting him is going to be incredibly difficult. So look forward to all the fail compilations of me trying to fight him. But I'm done, ladies and gentlemen. All I can say to you is, hope y'all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, subscribe, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples!